Happy Saturday, race fans. Welcome back to Keeneland at Home. I'm your host, Christina Blacker, getting you set for this Super Saturday of racing in Lexington. As per usual, I am so excited about this card today. I hope you are as well. Ellis Starr will join me a little bit later on. He's going to give you some of those handicapping tips to make you some money at Keeneland today. We're already in week 3 of the fall meet, which the time is really flying for me. I'm not sure if it is for you there at home, but not only are we enjoying this racing, but we're counting down to the Breeders' Cup on November 6th and 7th at Keeneland. Be sure to use our hashtag Keeneland at Home. Let your friends know that you are watching. Encourage them to join the program here with me and also to roll right in to that live racing. Do remember that first post time today is just the same as it has been each and every day of the meet, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. Today's feature is the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. That goes off at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. And you know, back in 2018, the winner of the Lexus Raven Run was Shamrock Rose. You'll find her at the Keeneland November sale coming up just after the Breeders' Cup. So you never know what horses are going to kind of place their names in the history books, not only on the racetrack, but also in the sales pavilion there at Keeneland. As we begin the show today, we want to take a look back, and Claiborne Farm has been helping us as we look back at the origins of Keeneland's founding. Keeneland is unique in that it was created as a model racetrack, one that would not only maintain the traditions of racing, but also give back to the local community. Let's take a look at how this all came about.
In the 1930s, Keeneland's founders set about to create a special racetrack in central Kentucky. Their vision, as outlined in the track's original prospectus, was to create a model racetrack to perpetuate and improve the sport and to provide a course that is intended to serve as a symbol of the fine traditions of thoroughbred racing. More than 80 years ago, a sequence of events set the stage for the founding of Keeneland. The first was the 1933 closing of the historic Kentucky Association track near downtown Lexington that left the city without a thoroughbred racetrack for the first time in more than 100 years. In the midst of the Great Depression, a volunteer committee of 10 thoroughbred horsemen led by Hal Price Headley and Major Louis Beard established the Keeneland Association and began their quest to return thoroughbred racing back to Lexington. At the time, a globe-trotting Lexington horseman named John Oliver Keene, Jack, was building his dream training center on a portion of his family's land west of Lexington. The property included a limestone castle and a barn, a mile and a furlong private training track, and a 100,000-gallon water tank. Keene descended from a family who received the property in a 1783 deed. Unfortunately for him, his grand plans had stretched his financial resources to the limit. After the Keeneland Association purchased 147.5 acres of Keene's farm in August 1935, members were anxious to finish the stone structure and convert it into a clubhouse, so they commissioned a design contest for area architects. The winning design included 2 large porch additions and a grandstand constructed entirely of wood at the request of Major Beard. Keene's original limestone structure now serves as Keeneland's clubhouse. Keeneland officially opened its gates on October 15, 1936. That day, more than 8,000 fans came to the races. They ranged from locals who simply wanted to see racing in their hometown for the first time in years to titans of business who brought some of their best bloodstock to compete. By the end of the 9-day meet, Keeneland had lost just $3.47 in its first year. Lexington, then a town of 46,000, had supported racing's comeback as the meet posted attendance of 25,337. And even with 15 million Americans out of work, those fans had taken a gamble or two, wagering more than $500,000. That Keeneland is such a special place is no accident. Grand thinking by Jack Keene, coupled with the shared aspirations of a group of prominent horsemen, and the careful stewardship of subsequent management led to the Keeneland that is beloved today. Keeneland's co-founder and first president, Hal Price Headley, summarized their intentions best with, We want a place where those who love horses can come and picnic with us and thrill to the sport of the bluegrass. We are not running a race plant to hear the click of the mutual machines. We want them to come out here to enjoy God's sunshine, fresh air, and to watch horses race.
We hope you've had a chance to unwind from the busy work week, sit back, relax, enjoy a little sports, and of course that includes horse racing, and perhaps it includes a cocktail as well. Our friends at Buffalo Trace have asked Mike from Goodfellas Pizzeria to help us once more. He is teaching everyone at home how to make the Kentucky Mule today. Take a look.
Hello, how are we today? My name is Mike Abbott. I'm here at Goodfellas Pizzeria in the Distillery District of Lexington, Kentucky. And today we're gonna make the Kentucky Mule using good old Buffalo Trace. Super simple drink and easy to make. We just give it a little bit of 1/2 ounce of lime. We're gonna go 2 full ounces of Buffalo Trace bourbon. Fill your glass about half full with your favorite ginger beer. Add your ice. Garnish with the lime and enjoy. Cheers.
Mike, thank you so much. We definitely appreciate the help there. I will certainly be enjoying a Kentucky Mule by the time I'm done with work today. And to our friends at Buffalo Trace, thanks for your continued sponsorship and support and for the ideas for our weekend beverages. It's time now for our Jockey Q&A. A couple weeks ago, you may have had the chance to watch this year's Preakness. If you haven't, I would encourage you to jump on YouTube and take a look back at that race. Swiss Skydiver became the 6th filly in history to win the Preakness, and she battled the Derby winner Authentic all the way down the length of the stretch. Her jockey, Robbie Albarado, calls Kentucky home. He is often found riding at Keeneland, and this week, Gabby Gaudette caught up with him to talk about that remarkable victory in the Preakness and his 30-plus year career in the saddle.
Robbie, it was a very exciting weekend last weekend, of course, with Skydiver beating the boys in the Grade 1 Preakness. We want to know what was going through your head during the running of the race, and especially when you had to make that early move on the backside.
Well, first I had a couple of plans that if certain things went on full, a couple of audibles say this happened to happen, and she broke extremely well, like I thought she could have, and I figured if I could kind of squeeze a little bit, maybe hopefully Art Collector would kind of go faster, and I broke him very easy. I look over, Bob average 2 horses are right outside of me, but I was always in. She was always in my hands. Kenny said, if we can go 12, 12, 12, 12, she will finish. And middle of the backside, everybody started kind of receding off of Authentic, the Derby champion. I saw an opportunity. I had to make a conscious decision that time, and it worked out. It worked out well. And I got inside of her. I was able to take inside Authentic. I was able to take a hold of him, and that helped turn it for home when I took off and got away.
How would you describe her as a horse? I know you've been able to spend some time with her. I saw you post something on Twitter recently. What is she like?
She's so kind about everything. I actually galloped her all week, and that helped me in the race too, because it instilled so much confidence in me getting on her. She got better and better every day. And Friday morning was just superb morning for her. And she even pulled cooling out, and she knew where she was at Keeneland. She was aware. She was ready when I was just a good passenger. I was really a good passenger for her, I think, and I wasn't going to even pull my stick out on her. That's how confident she was and I was.
What do you think makes her so good?
Well, I guess we could start with her ability, her size, her heart. She's got a heart that's, crazy. And competitiveness. Like, she don't want to lose. She don't know she's a filly, actually. I don't think she knows she's a filly. She looks at horses as horses. And she gets upset when she's not the first one out in the barn. And she's watching horses tacked up at Pimlico that morning, and she wasn't the first one out. She didn't like that too much. So she's very... she's a leader. She's definitely a leader. She was in a sorority, she'd be the leader.
That's awesome. That's a great analogy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I also wanted to ask you, just from the perspective of your career, Robbie, what motivates you even to this day?
feel is like Swiss skydiver. No, actually, I've been those 30 years and 33,000 races, and I still love what I do. I don't think many people can say that. It was kind of hard to evolve with the change and everything goes on in horse racing, but I learned to accept it and just kind of work hard and get it. They got a lot of young riders coming up, so I have to keep my physical ability shape and my head's in the right place, and you don't forget how to ride. And that's why again Saturday was so much fun, because like me and Johnny come down the lane, me and Johnny go back a long ways, a lot of these stretch duels, and I think we're even now. He rode a little filly called Rags to Riches, and I was on curling, and I wasn't over until Saturday. Now I'm over. We're even now, so we're good. So those races really motivate me the most than anything. I mean, everyday race, I love that. I love them. I love riding, but Saturday was great, and me and Johnny were good now.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. Once again, congratulations, and good luck with everything moving forward, Robbie. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thanks.
Gabby, thank you very much. Great to hear those stories from Robbie Albarado. And if you have a chance to check the Breeders' Cup social media feeds, they had a jockey cam on him during the Preakness. Just really incredible video if you have a moment to check that out. Okay, it's time to find some winners on this Saturday program. 10 races coming your way from Keeneland this afternoon. Another picture-perfect day for racing. Ellis Starr is with me. Ellis, we've been really lucky as far as the weather this weekend. Cool and brisk, but very clear skies.
Absolutely. Actually, a little frost warning this morning at Keeneland, but it's going to be 65. The horses are going to love it. It's going to be a great day for racing.
We will get to the feature in just a bit, but I do want to start with race number 3. This is an optional claimer. 6 furlongs the distance. If someone's playing any of those early multi-race exotic wagers, just give me a horse or two that you like in race 3.
Absolutely. This is a starter allowance for horses that have run for a claiming price of $5,000 or less. And number 5, Kiffle, stands out. I think everybody knows it. She is the 7-5 favorite. She holds a class edge on G. She's faster. She's won 4 of her last 5 at the distance. And Gaffaleone, Tyler, who's doing so well at the meeting, rode her to an almost 8-length win last time out and rides her back again. The other one is Champagne Bling, who has finished in the top 3 in her most recent race, including a win last month. Kiffle probably will be on the lead, so Champagne Bling could be in a stalking spot. And a trainer not known too much to people in Kentucky, Kelly Martinez, who runs a lot of horses in the Midwest, because this horse ships in from Iowa, but 61 of 266, almost 25% wins on the year for trainer Martinez.
Good form for Champagne Bling to the outside. Sometimes that's the time to catch those horses. Let's jump ahead to race number 8, Ellis. 8th race on the program is Allowance Company. Non-winners of 3 will be on the turf course for a 1.125-mile journey. And you gave us a nice winner from the Mike Maker barn yesterday. He has a couple horses in here. Do either of them or both of them have a chance?
I think absolutely. This is a race with a $75,000 purse. It's not the feature today, but it's like a feature. 8 of these horses come out of stakes races. And at Midnight Tea Times, the first one we look at here, has won at the distance. It's really important. A 1.125 is much different than a 1.16 through a mile. So I like horses that have races at the distance. And Midnight Tea Time has won on dirt and on turf at the Trip. Second in the Tappan Stakes at Kentucky Downs, and horses coming out of those tough races at Kentucky Downs have been doing very well at Keeneland.
What about farther to the outside? The 10, Temple, is a horse that pace-wise I don't really know what to do with. I'm not sure where he's going to sit, but he's a 5-time winner in 20 starts. He seems to get his fair share of winner's circle pictures.
Yeah, you have to expect a horse to kind of go in and out sometimes of form. And in the same race that Midnight Tea Time ran well in the Tappan Stakes, Temple finished 6th. It wasn't that big of a race, but he won the last time he wasn't in a stakes at an allowance level race, and it was at 9 furlongs. And he finished 2nd, his only race at Keeneland, which is always important because horses do love this track sometimes.
Yeah, speaking of horses that love this track, just to his outside, actually, the 11, Appreciato, had a victory over the course last year. Can he come back and do it again for 2020?
51 weeks ago, 10-25-19. It's really weird. People sometimes argue with me about those patterns, but they do occur. He's almost run exclusively in stakes races since then. He was 2nd last time out in a starter allowance, but a high-level one. That was just to get in shape. He'd been off a while. And if he runs back to that race, a year ago, he could run very well here.
How about the 9, Hierarchy? This is a horse that was 6th last time, 2nd 2 starts back. But I look at those 2 races at Kentucky Downs and think, and at Ellis, what trying and tough circumstances. He's going to be very pleased to jump onto that firmer course today at Keeneland.
Absolutely. Some of the races at Kentucky Downs were on very soft course in Keeneland now with very little rain. It's just going to be a nice, firm turf course, but not dried out. And this is a horse that also won at the allowance level 3 races back. You know, we're looking for representative races in a horse's past that they can jump back to. And that's where you get good prices sometimes. He's going to need some racing luck from the outside, but he did rally from 11th to 2nd in his only other start at Keeneland. And if he gets some racing room in the stretch or goes outside, he could be making a big run here.
Do you box those 4 up today, Ellis? How do you play race 8?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's some value here. You've got 7-2, 8-1, 12-1, 10-1 on the morning line odds. And that kind of exacta could pay very well. A Force exacta box costs $12, the dollar minimum. I might even play it for $2. And you could get back $100 easily if you get the right horses in this race, Christina.
The feature race will come up next. It's the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. 7 furlongs is a distance, and I always talk about how tricky that distance can be for some horses. Reagan's Edge is a filly that began her career with a 9-length victory. And although she's been second in her last 2 races, Ellis, I kind of give her some extra credit for the company that she's been keeping. How about you?
I do, and this is a really great edition of the Lexus Raven Run. I love the morning line odds at 8-1. I hope they hold up. When you judge a horse by the company it's kept, it's very important. So the horse that beat Reagan's Edge in the last 2 races is a horse named Frank's Rockette, arguably the #1 female sprinter in the country right now. And Frank's Rockette would be 1-5 favorite in this race. Reagan's Edge ran very well, and she ran faster than these. She ran a 105 and a 103 equibase speed figure in those races when she was second. Frank's Rockette's not running in this race. Reagan's Edge has what we call a double advantage, which means the last 2 speed figures, which are just numbers representing time to help measure horses, compare them from track to track. When a horse has the lowest of its last 2 speed figures is higher than the highest of any others, that's what we call a double advantage. Those horses are very tough. That's why I think the 8-1 offers a lot of value. Hopefully we can get another nice winner like Stunning Sky at $13.80 yesterday.
Yeah, fingers crossed on that price for Reagan's Edge. I think you are going to get a pretty good price on her. Speaking of prices to the outside and speaking of company lines as well, I want to know what you think of Secret Keeper, because she's 2 for 3 lifetime and she ran second last out to what I think is one of the real up-and-comers and the classiest fillies that we have on the West Coast in Harvest Moon. Does Secret Keeper ship east and have any opportunity for success today?
I think she can post the upset here, even though I do like Reagan's Edge a little more. You know, again, we talk about company. Harvest Moon won the Zenyatta Stakes after that Torrey Pines race in which Secret Keeper was second. And when you look at the improvement Harvest Moon put in, which was about 7 points, Secret Keeper is going to be right up there in the 105 range with Reagan's Edge. She's done nothing wrong. She's won her first 2 starts and then the second. So I think she definitely has to be respected here in this Raven Run Stakes.
We've talked about some prices, but just give me a note on a shorter priced horse like Four Graces or Venetian Harbor in here, Ellis.
I'm not a big fan of Venetian Harbor. I'm going to take a shot with one of the 2 favorites. So I am going to throw Four Graces in as a win contender for my multi-race bets and for my exactas. Four Graces won the Beaumont Stakes, usually run in April, but of course it was run in the July meet. And that's pretty much the equivalent. It's a grade 3 as they get later in the year. This Lexus Raven runs a grade 2. She improved to a career best 102 figure in the 8 Bell Stakes when she was second. So she's still on a good pattern and she could run even better here.
All right, Ellis, good luck today on the Saturday program. As always, we appreciate your insight and analysis.
Well, thank you very much. And I hope everybody has a fantastic day betting on the great races at Keeneland.
Be sure to follow Ellis on Twitter at UberCapper. And thanks to our friends at Buffalo Trace for continuing to support our handicapping segment. You know, one of the first steps to picking a winner is looking at the program, right? We've been talking to you about that free digital program. If you haven't had a chance to access it or to find it yet online, Keeneland.com/programs. That's where you can go to download your free digital program. It can be a little daunting at first. So fortunately, our betologists are here. They are here virtually for you this year. And Rachel is going to teach us today how to read the program.
The race day program is the most important tool for any bettor. In this little booklet, you can find just about everything you need to know about each horse and their history in each race for that day. Think of it as the stats on the back of someone's baseball card. In this episode, we'll be diving into the race day program, teaching you what to look for and how to find advantages to bet on. If you're new to this series or you're a beginning bettor, check out our previous videos to learn more about the basics of betting. Okay, So the first thing you'll do is open the program to the race you want to bet on. At the top of the page, you'll see a diagram which shows the distance of the race and which track it's being run on. This will be important information to keep in mind. There's a lot of information about each horse, but to simplify things, let's break it down into 3 chunks. Start with the upper left-hand corner. These are the details about the horse. You'll see the horse's name and number. The number is the same as the horses will wear on their saddle cloth and is there to make placing bets quicker and easier for you. Next, you'll see the morning line odds. Those are the odds estimated by an odds maker the morning of the race, which essentially show the likelihood that the horse will win. They look kind of like fractions or ratios and can be thought of in a similar way. For example, 2 to 1 is a 50% chance to win. Now, it's important to remember that actual odds are determined by how the public is betting and will change constantly until the race goes off. So, be sure to check the tote board if you're at the track or the updated odds if you're betting online. Also in this section, you can find the owner, the trainer, and the jockey, as well as their win percentages for that race meet. So to the left of the jockey, you'll find the total weight carried by the horse. In some races, called handicaps, the better horses will be required to carry more weight than others to make for a more level playing field. Another important figure to look for is the Equibase class rating. The higher number, the better the horse. You'll also find information on the horse's pedigree and whether it was sold at Keeneland, which is an indication of quality. The next section you'll want to study is in the upper right. This is the horse's race record, broken down in many different views. So each line has a set of 4 numbers. The first number is how many times that horse has raced within that specific criteria. The second number is how many times that horse has won. Next is how many times the horse has come in second within those conditions, followed by how many times it's come in third. You'll see a total lifetime record plus records for this year and last year. Remember when we told you to pay attention to the distance and surface for the race? You can compare the race type against the horse's record on that surface and distance to get an indication of whether this particular race suits their style. Some horses are bred and trained to run on turf or dirt. Some are bred to run long distances. Some are better at short lengths. These are all very important factors that can reveal a winning pattern and therefore a smart bet. Finally, at the bottom, you'll see past performances. Each line details the horse's most recent races. The most recent race is always listed on top, which you can see with the date in the first column. As you go across each row, there are a number of stats that could be useful to you. Here are a few of the high points. Track abbreviation. This will show you where the horse ran each of its recent races. Look for the abbreviation KEE to see how they ran recently at Keeneland. Distance shows you the length of that race. Race type. This shows you the type of race that they ran in. You can compare this against the type of race they're running in today. Race results. This number tells you what position they finished in each of these starts. If the horse in question ran well, you may be able to find similarities to the current race that could indicate a strong contender. So there you have it. Those are the basics of how to read a program. Remember, there are no bad bets, and everyone looks for something different. So study up, find your advantage, and place your bets. Also, go ahead and download the Keeneland Select online wagering app and sign up at KeenelandSelect.com. Next time on Lessons in Betology, we'll talk all about odds, how to use them to your advantage, and how to calculate payouts. See you then!
As we've touched on a few times on today's program, today's feature is the Lexus Raven Run. Lexus is a longtime partner of Keeneland's, and they are highly involved in the Woodhill Community Center. This is a place where children in the local community can come to grow, to learn, to thrive, and to become the leaders of tomorrow. We're very happy to announce that Keeneland and Lexus are going to donate $5,000 today to the Woodhill Community Center. We hope you'll want to be actively involved if you happen to live in the area, or perhaps to donate yourself as well. Let's learn a little bit more.
Part of the Lexington Leadership Foundation is the Woodhill Community Center. It opened in the spring of 2018, and it serves the needs of the community. Much more than brick and mortar, it offers a neighborhood gathering spot where youth and families can find community and activities to equip them in pursuit of their dreams.
The Woodhill Community Center is it's been a dream of ours for a long time. We've been investing in different communities in the Lexington area, and we found felt like God led us to Woodhill. And after many years of partnering with schools and neighbors in the community, we decided, okay, now it's time to make a lasting presence.
Since then, it has become a beacon of light and an invaluable fixture of the community, a special place for all who enter.
What makes the Woodhill Community Center so important and valuable to the city of Lexington and just Woodhill in general is the fact that our kids and families are able to take ownership of it. It's very much a part of them and part of their own story. And it's just offered a lot of opportunities and just different avenues for our kids and families to go through to just kind of harness what they were already amazing at and what they were already doing.
Volunteers play a critical role in the success of the programs offered at Woodhill.
Volunteers is what gets the system going.
Woodhill provides space for working with youth on studies, sports, cooking, and a myriad of other life skills.
It provides them a space to do a plethora of activities that are related to their specific talents or giftings, and be able to invite a young person who they're maybe mentoring to explore that with them. We get to equip them for just empowering our young people.
For our young people to see that there are others outside of their own community that care about them and want to invest in them in different ways. And so this is a way for our kids to know that they are loved and cared for, not only by the people that they live with and live around, but that there are other people that are cheering them on from the outside that want to see them grow and succeed.
The Lexington Leadership Foundation believes their Urban Impact Initiative is a way to equip children, youth, and families to grow, succeed, and lead within their neighborhoods to hopefully create permanent, positive citywide transformation, even in the middle of a global pandemic.
There's still so much good, and still a lot of people who want to do well and are coming together now more so than ever.
Especially this year, 2020, for the center, we're not able to be a center, right? But we are able to be a family. We're not alone, we're all together.
Remember when we began the program today, we told you that Keeneland was instituted as a model track to give back to the community. We're very happy to partner up with Lexus for the donation to the Woodhill Community Center today. And again, thanks to all our sponsors that not only make the racing possible, but this show as well. And that includes UK Healthcare, ranked the #1 hospital in Kentucky for 5 years in a row. You can find them at ukhealthcare.com. Here's a look at where you can watch all the great racing this afternoon. 1:05 Eastern is First Post, TVG, and YouTube if you'd like to watch on your television at home as you enjoy that Kentucky Mule. By phone, you can download the Keeneland Race Day app, Keeneland Select and YouTube, and then on the computer, Keeneland.com, Keeneland Select, and YouTube. I hope you've enjoyed the program once more today. I hope you have a few winners in your pocket there from Ellis Starr, the Uber capper. As per usual, he's always going to update you on Twitter throughout the day. If he has any late-breaking selections, he'll share them with you. So I'd encourage you to follow him and all of our Keeneland colleagues as well. As per usual, we are going to play you out one more time this afternoon with a Railbird set from the Burl. Here is Dark Moon Hollow. We'll see you tomorrow on Keeneland at Home.
1, 2, 3, 4. Her heart's like a door without a handle. She ain't gonna let nobody in. I think she just might keep locked up tight till the end. Because someone hurt her a long time ago, and everybody knows that it was me. Lost another minute on, she just keeps it locked. I'm the only one who's got a key, and she even keeps it locked up tight for me.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's first $25,000 claiming price. 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 5. No changes in the first. Fast and firm. The conditions today, 7 minutes to post.
Seven minutes out from the opener here, an open $25,000 claiming event, 6 furlongs on the main track. And we'll start off with the horse that is coming in off of somewhat of a layoff, the 5 Batter Swing. In fact, that was his only race since November of last year. I like the fact that he's getting a good warm-up, but Scott, I did manage to take a closer look at this horse as he was walking out on track, and he's a big-bodied horse. He's a horse that holds a lot of condition. Given his physical build, I'm not shocked that he is so quick, but I do wonder if he's going to be 100% cranked for today off of the layoff.
You'll see him right now. You can see his ears pinned back a bit as he warms up at 6-5. That's Batter Swing. So, this is a strong test. I mean, this is an extremely wide open race. So you can make a case for every single one of these runners in here. I just got a chance to speak to Chris Davis, the trainer of the number 4 horse, Pat Daddy, who's 3-1. He's the one that he took up to Pimlico that we were talking about. He said he was a little bit wide in that race, and that ultimately cost him. And the conversation mainly revolved around this horse and his attitude and how cool he is to be around. He said the old boy, the old war horse. He's 8 years old, son of Scat Daddy. There he is out on the track. This will be start number 57. He called him just a dude. He's got that kind of an attitude. That's the kind of attitude you want from a racehorse, competitive. I mean, you want a horse that wants to win and beat the competition. So I liked what I heard from Chris Davis on Pat Daddy as he makes his first start here at Keeneland. And he also said that he thinks that he likes this racetrack, the ways that he's moved over it.
Well, that's a great insight with the 4, who is on the board at 3-1. I'll check in with one more horse, and that's a 3. We'll just move on to the 3 event-driven. This is a horse who's a big price on the board right now at 10-1. But looking at all of the horses in the post parade and just watching these horses warm up a little bit too, he was the one that kind of did catch my eye, in fact. The 2 was a little bit on the smaller side. The 5 just seems like he holds a lot of condition, whereas this horse just seems very fit and ready to go. Now, it's a question of class, for sure, for the 3 event-driven, but I do think that he looks nice here in the preliminaries under Brian Hernandez Jr. He's at 10-1 right now. So the betting public on the outside runner, the 5 Batter Swing, as we're 4 minutes out from the opener. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Batter, batter, swing, out running for the early lead. Pat Daddy has early speed as well. Batter, batter, swing to the front. Batter, batter, swing clears the inside traffic, starts to drop down toward the rail, has the early lead, 3/4 of a length. Now here's Pat Daddy wanting to move on early and challenge for that top spot. Just to neck separate the top two, and then a gap of 2 lengths back to Event Driven, who's third by just a neck. Control Stake is tucked away fourth toward the inside by Tuman, fifth and last, but right there with the rest as they move on to the far turn. First quarter, 23.32 seconds. Pat Daddy challenging for the lead and puts ahead in front. But once again, batter, batter, swing, fights back to the inside. Now they're on even terms. Gap of 2, Control Stake, looking for some running room, starts to change lanes toward the outside and moves up a closer third, a length off the front pair. Gap of 3 more, Event Driven in fourth, and by Tuman is in fifth. Here comes Control Stake with clear running now to the outside, up to take the lead coming into the final furlong. It opens up by a length as Pat Daddy is second to the inside. Batter, batter, swing drops back along the rail. Control Stake is the leader by a length and a half, 2 lengths clear. Control Stake and David Cohen take the opener, and then it was Pat Daddy who was home second by Tuman, across the line third. Event Driven was fourth, and Batter, batter, swing fifth.
The 8-year-olds go 1-2, led by Control Stake for M&M Racing, Robertino Diodoro, and David Cohen. They don't send out the numbers that Maker and Gaffalione do or come together, but when they show up big. That is another victory for this tandem.
And a great ride by David Cohen, just waiting at that patient trip behind the pace. The pace seemingly collapsed there, and he went on to win as the 3-2 favorite, 2-4-1-3 unofficially in today's opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. 2, Control Stake was first. 4, Pat Daddy was second. 1 by Tuman was third. And 3, Event Driven was fourth. 2-4-1-3 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, 2, Control Stake, owned by M&M Racing of Mike Sisk, trained by Robertino Diodoro. David Cohen rides the now official winner. Number 2, Control Stake, an 8-year-old gelded son of Discreetly Mine out of Be a Quiet Honey by Quiet American, bred in Florida by BPN. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.88 seconds. The results are official for the first, 2-4-1-3, the official results for Keeneland's first race. Keeneland's second race upcoming. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the next of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also begins the early pick 4. No changes in race 2. Looking ahead to the third race, scratch the 2 dichotomy. That's in the third race. Scratch the 2 dichotomy. As a result of that scratch, no super high 5 on the third race. Fourth race has no changes. Checking ahead to race 5, scratch the 8 Maga Sweet. Scratch 14 Curly Ruth, 15 Lemon Chill, and 16 Widow of Nain. That's in race 5. Scratch 8 Maga Sweet. Also scratch 14 Curly Ruth, 15 Lemon Chill, 16 Widow of Nain. A reminder that number 13 Hat Tip draws into the race. Fast Track Firm Turf.
Race number 2 here at Keeneland Racecourse, 22 minutes to post. This is a group of fillies and mares 3 and up, and they'll be asked to go a mile and a 16th on the main track. Maiden 30 claimers. The favorite is the 2, and my top selection, Spiteful Charge, a daughter of Will Take Charge for Equivest Racing and trainer Phil Sims. Tyler Gaffalione gets his turn to ride this filly here this afternoon. She's raced once in the past at Keeneland. She ran against much better runners on that afternoon back during the July summer meeting here at Keeneland Racecourse, where she was beaten by Paleo Flag and Movie Moxie. Norma Jean B was third. She was beaten 13 lengths that day. They then tried her at Ellis Park. Bit of a softer spot over there. She did show some improvement, and her last race was on turf, first time in for a tag, as she's in for 30 here today. It's all about the class relief for this filly here this afternoon, so we'll see if she can step up to the task as a pretty straightforward filly. You've got to think that if she can get the lead, that wouldn't be a bad spot for her to have be in, because she's never been out there in the past out on the front end. One filly that may contend for the lead is the filly on the inside, as she's had it in the past, and that was her best race to date. Thomasville, the number 1 horse, who's 5-1. She also ran that race here at Keeneland during the summer meet. She ran into a next out winner who ran her down in the end. That was over a sloppy course, so we'll see if we can get the same sort of performance from her here today. Brian Hernandez Jr., first time that he'll ride Thomasville, this one for Ashbrook Farm, and Rusty Arnold, a daughter of Street Sense, who is sitting right now as the 4th choice in the wagering. And then finally, for me, the number 4 horse, Funny Bet, for Dale Romans, 5-2. She at least showed some life last time out for 30, showed improvement in that race as she hadn't gone a true 2 turns up until that point. So, Gabby, at least she's got the proven form. We've seen so much of this. It's always seems to be part of the conversations in these claiming events, whether it be maiden races or restricted races. Now, what is a 2, now what is a 3, whatever it might be. You've got the class droppers, and then you've got the horses that have the proven form at the level that are looking for the right group, and that's what this filly is. She's proven herself that this is going to be the level that she likely is going to break through and break her maiden.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and when you get to these races, it can be a little bit tricky because you get a lot of class droppers, and then you get some fillies that are just staying at the same level and maybe hoping that that race is good enough to win a race like this. And that was my perspective on this particular race. The 4 Funny Bet is where I land. At least she's a filly that she's gone a distance of ground before in the past. She clearly likes it best, and she's a filly that has improved in each one of her starts, including her last race in which she finished second to the likes of Tough Bird. So I did use her, but again, I thought this was kind of a tricky race. I think you have to also respect the number 2, Spiteful Charge, towards the inside for trainer Phil Sims, because the last time that she was on the main track, she was forwardly placed in a pretty quick pace, and that was against maiden special weight competition. So now here at a mile and a 16th and the drop in class and the presence of Tyler Gaffalione, with an inside draw, I actually do think she will be able to be the speed, or at least keep the one Thomasville honest on the front end, who looks to be the other speed from the rail. And then finally, the number 3, Arima, will be the 3rd selection. The way I see it is, maybe the 2 Spiteful Charge will be pressing the 1 Thomasville, and maybe the pace won't fall apart. Maybe it'll stay intact. But if it does, the 3 Arima could be picking up the pieces late. And if you look at her back form, yes, it's, she definitely has to improve off of some of these efforts, but she could be closing late, and technically she is dropping from a maiden special weight last out on the dirt at Churchill Downs in for the $30,000 tag for Danny Pites here today with Declan Cannon in the iron. So I'll use her protectively, just thinking, well, if that pace does fall apart, she will be the likeliest horse to be successful closing from off of the pace here today. 4-2-3 for me in race 2.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maidens, fillies, and mares age 3 and up with a claiming price of $30,000. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. There are no changes in race 2. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. Fast track, firm turf today, post time at 8 minutes.
We are 7 minutes out from the second race here at Keeneland, a maiden $30,000 claiming event, a mile and a 16th on the main track. And here's the 3 Arima. I had the opportunity to get a closer look at some of these contenders here, and I actually thought that this filly looked really good on track today. She's my third selection from handicapping the race and looking at the race. Unfortunately, she's a filly that just doesn't have much speed, but she looks very bright. She's on her toes. She looks very happy. And maybe she can be a little bit more involved early with the drop in class, because the last time that she was on the dirt, it was at the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs, and it was against maiden special weight competition. So, I just from observing her behavior on track, maybe she will be able to possess more speed out of the gate today. And then the number 5 horse, Rose of Paris, she went against Funny Bet last time out, and that was her third career race. She's on the board right now at 5-1, whereas Funny Bet is the 2-1 co-choice for trainer Dale Romans. But Rose of Paris, what I liked about her was just how she looked on track today. She was very dappled, and that's no surprise. All horses coming out of the Ignacio Correas' barn are always well turned out and have good flesh, good condition. But in particular, looking at her versus some of the other fillies in the field, I just thought that she kind of stood out there in the post parade. James Graham aboard for today's performance. He's been aboard her previous 3 starts, so we'll see if she can break through today and her second start at the maiden claiming level. The number 5, Rose of Paris, looking good on track. We're 6 minutes out from race 2. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There's Thomasville for the lead. Spiteful Charge comes forward as well in the opening strides, but Thomasville is the early leader. Thomasville will guide the field to the first turn. Spiteful Charge will go second. Funny Bet third between horses. Arima moves up close fourth. Now takes third down toward the inside. And Colonel Abbey B goes wide around the turn, now moves around the outside of Funny Bet, shuffles that one back into fifth, break of just over 2 more back to Rose of Paris, who's last of the 6 as they head off the first turn and onto the back stretch. Thomasville is the leader. Thomasville in front 3/4 of a length. Spiteful Charge is second by a length. Colonel Abbey B third to the far outside. Arima now regains third a neck to the inside. Funny Bet, break of 3 more then back to Rose of Paris. That opening quarter went in 24.04 seconds. Thomasville, the leader. Thomasville by 3/4 of a length. Spiteful Charge still there in second on the outside after an opening half mile in 48.61 seconds. Colonel Abbey B third out in the center of the track, 2 lengths off the leader. Arima looks for running room in between horses, trying to slide off the rail, but there's Funny Bet in between horses in close quarters around the turn. Funny Bet now goes to third. Arima's going to try to go with her. Funny Bet and Arima move as a team and now move on either side of Spiteful Charge as Thomasville is dropped from first to last around the far turn. Up front, Spiteful Charge has the lead and neck. Arima to the inside. Funny Bet to the outside, top of the short stretch, and Funny Bet has a head in front off the turn. Spiteful Charge tries to find some way to respond, but is second coming into the final furlong. That pair's opened up by 6 on Arima and third. Rose of Paris is fourth, and Funny Bet is the leader at the 16th pole. Funny Bet by a length and a half from Spiteful Charge. 2 lengths clear. Funny Bet Joe Talamo to win it. Spiteful Charge was home second, then Arima was third. Further back, Rose of Paris was fourth.
Keeneland graduate Funny Bet, coming from off the pace with Joe Talamo, gets it done for Jack Stewart and Dale Romans. As the two, she had won the battle that she was involved in, but I think caught a little bit off guard and had no response once the 4 had the lead.
Yeah, there was a point in time where the 3 Arima had to go inside and the 4 Funny Bet had to go outside and actually split the number 2 horse, Spiteful Charge, and it seemed like the right type of move for Joe Talamo to do on the 4 Funny Bet. She finally breaks through the maiden ranks here and her 4th career start, 5-2, the winner for race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 4 Funny Bet was first, 2 Spiteful Charge was second, 3 Arima third, and 5 Rose of Paris fourth. 4-2-3-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 4 Funny Bet, owned by Jack Stewart, trained by Dale Romans. Joe Talamo is the jockey. Funny Bet, 3-year-old filly by Palace, out of Summer of Fun by Include, bred in Kentucky by Spendthrift Farm, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.63 seconds. Second race, results official. 4-2-3-5, the official results for Keeneland's second. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Scratch the 2, Dichotomy. Number 2, Dichotomy scratched. As a result of that scratch, no super high 5 on this third race. Looking ahead to the fourth, no changes. Race 5, a reminder, scratch the 8, Maga Sweet. Also scratch 14, Curly Ruth, 15, Lemon Chill, and 16, Widow of Nain. That's in race 5. Scratch 8, Maga Sweet. Also scratch 14, Curly Ruth, 15, Lemon Chill, and 16, Widow of Nain. A reminder, number 13, Hat Tip, draws into the race. Fast track, firm turf.
Minutes away from race number 3 here at Keeneland. This is a starter 5, a starter 5 with an optional $10,000 tag, which a couple of these runners are in for, including Stellar Stiletto. But right now, Kiffle is who you're taking a look at, this gray daughter of Take Charge Indy, who is trained by Bob Hess Jr. She is by far the most talented filly in this race. It's just a question of whether or not she's ready to go off this 6-month layoff. She looks well enough down in the paddock. As you can see, her neck is bowed and she's on her toes just a bit, well within herself. She's run twice this year, both of which were solid efforts. She was in Too Tough 2 starts back when with the previous trainer Gary Johnson, when running for $25,000. Hess dropped her in for 10, and she responded with a 7 3/4 length victory. And now here today, she's being protected in this spot. As we talked about on today at Keeneland, seems like one of the more likely winners of the afternoon, 1-2. Not surprising that she's sitting at that short of a price on the tote board right now. Kiffle, tough to get past for me. Stellar Stiletto, the one horse for Jason Barkley. He claimed this horse for $8,000, not eligible for the starter opportunity here, starter condition in here, as that was an $8,000 race, and she hasn't run for 5 in the last couple of seasons. So Jason is opting to run her here for $10,000, the daughter of Snappy Halo. I think she fits. Jason Barkley's turned into a very good claiming conditioner. He's 17% off the claim. We'll see if Bejarano can get her away from the gate quickly. That's what she's going to need to do to spring the upset as she's on her toes down here in the paddock. Stellar Stiletto, my second choice. And then the 3-horse My Dark Secret for trainer Jamie Grubbs comes down from Belterra Park, where she's run well against Starter Company, taking a big swing here today as she is 6-1 right now. She does have a victory in the past at Keeneland, which is encouraging, Gabby, so we'll see if she can spring a mild upset here. But a consistent filly, mare rather, daughter of McLean's Music, getting set for her 3rd start at Keeneland.
Yeah, Scott, I took a little bit of a shot to try to beat the favorite here, although I do respect her. I'll mention why I did take a shot to beat her in a minute, but I do like the one Stellar Stiletto, and I thought that she was a logical alternative here for many of the reasons that you mentioned. Jason Barkley off the claim. Very strong statistics. She's a 4-year-old filly that has recency. She's in form. She has speed. She doesn't necessarily need the lead, but she can rate just from off of the pace under Rafael Bejarano. And those races that she was running in, especially that starter allowance optional claiming race at Keeneland back in the summer, was very tough. Tougher than what she faces here today, in my opinion. So, looking at the field, I did think that she was a logical alternative to the favorite. Now, the 5 Kiffle, on her best day, she is definitely the horse to beat, and I'm not going to argue about that with anybody. But she has had some starts and stops throughout her career over the course of the past year. She's only run twice since last November. And again, another break from the beginning of April. So, that would be a little bit of a concern for me, but she's a speed, she's a class, she's trained by Bob Hess, whose runners have been running really well out of a limited sample size. He's only had a couple of starters here, but they've been running really well. So this is a great placement, spotting for the 5 Kiffle, and she must be respected. And then the number 6 horse, All Fact, for Jeff Barkley. I thought this was an interesting horse just because she seems to be in good form right now. However, this is the toughest field that she's faced in quite some time. But she looks like an improving filly. She's in form, and she should be able to close from off of the pace. I don't think she's going to be as quick as any of the other speed types in here, like the 5 Kiffle or the 1 Stellar Stiletto, but she could be making an impact in the late stages of the race, stepping up in class here for the connection. So it's going to be 1-5-6 for me, but the 5 at 1-2 does look pretty tough to beat, especially physically. And the paddock today for trainer Bob Hess, she's 1-2 on the board, 16 minutes out from race 3.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Starter optional claiming race for a price of $10,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 2 dichotomy. Number 2 dichotomy scratched. As a result of that scratch, no super high 5 on this third race. Post time at 8 minutes.
Taking a closer look at the 3 to 5 favorite, that's the number 5, Kiffle. Second time coming out of the Bob Hess barn, and this is her second start of the season. Last seen back in April down at Gulfstream Park, in which she went wire to wire in that open $10,000 claimant event. Looking at her on the track, though, she looks very prepared for this return to the races. She is kind of a bigger type of mare that holds a lot of condition, or filly, I should say, but it looks like Bob Hess has her in really good order off of the layoff. So the favorite's going to be tough to beat here, but I still do like the one Stellar Stiletto as an alternative, and I like her even more after looking at her. I liked her on form from her off of her last race against Open $8,000 company, but also physically and her presence on track today. She just possesses a lot of confidence today for Jason Barkley, first off the claim. And Scott, I know you just happened to speak with Jason about this horse. What did he have to say?
He said outside of the favorite that he feels that this group is pretty well matched. That obviously the favorite is the standout here, and asked him about the rail draw. He said that she's a filly that can do anything. She can show some speed. She can have to come around horses, or can come around horses if need be. And another interesting side note to this race, you've got Jason Barkley. He's also going against his father, Jeff Barkley, who trains the 6. And Jeff was telling Jason that he feels that his filly will come flying late at odds of 7-1. So a little father-son matchup coming up here in 6 minutes for race number 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post, and they're off. There goes Kiffle. Kiffle from between horses out for the early lead. My Dark Secret goes with her, though, and Stellar Stiletto right there down toward the inside. My Dark Secret between horses has the lead by just a head. Stellar Stiletto to the inside, and Kiffle right there toward the outside. Champagne Bling fourth in the center of the track as they go to the far turn. Miss Pinkerton is next to last, and All Fact trails. Opening quarter is on the board at 22.89 seconds. Stellar Stiletto, My Dark Secret, Kiffle, and Champagne Bling. Those four separated by a half length for the lead around the far turn. Now Kiffle has the lead by a neck, and Champagne Bling is trying to draw alongside. Stellar Stiletto gets shuffled back into third. All Fact has to go wide from fourth, 5 lengths from the front. Champagne Bling contesting the lead with Kiffle. Kiffle to the inside, leads at a neck. Champagne Bling is trying, but still second past the 8th pole. These two have opened up by 6 lengths. Back to All Fact and Stellar Stiletto. Champagne Bling pokes ahead in front. Kiffle still fighting on. Champagne Bling and Kiffle. Champagne Bling, Armando Martinez to win it. Kiffle was home second. Multiple horse photo to separate third and fourth.
Champagne Bling, 15-1. Kelly Martinez, Armando Martinez, The husband and wife team coming into Keeneland and taking the candy at 15-1.
And they took it to the number 5 Kiffle early. There are several horses who are vying for that front running position, but this was an aggressive ride today, and it absolutely paid off. Champagne Bling, the best here in race 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. The 7, Champagne Bling, was first. 5, Kiffle was second. 6, Allfact third. And 4, Miss Pinkerton fourth. 7564 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 7, Champagne Bling, owned by Lee Berghardt, trained by Kelly Martinez. The jockey is Armando Martinez. Champagne Bling, a 5-year-old mare by Too Much Bling, out of I'm a Be a Wildcat by the Wildcat, bred in Kentucky by Hall's Family Trust. 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 11.66 seconds. Third race, results official, 7-5-6-4. The official results for Keeneland's third. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of $7,148. This fourth race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the fourth. Looking ahead to race 5, a reminder the turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet today. In the fifth race, scratch 8, Maga Sweet. Also scratch 14, Curly Ruth, 15, Lemon Chill, and 16, Widow of Nain. That's in the fifth race, scratch 8, Maga Sweet. Also scratch 14, Curly Ruth, 15, Lemon Chill, 16, Widow of Nain. A reminder, number 13, Hat Tip, draws into the race. Checking ahead to race number 6, scratch 3, Rob the Rich. That's the sixth race, scratch 3, Rob the Rich.
20 minutes away from the 4th race coming up next here at Keeneland, a maiden $30,000 event, a mile on the main track, and the favorite, the 7 Ultimate Irony, is opening up at 2-1 right now, but I decided to take a little bit of a shot against the favorite here with the number 5 Sermont, a horse who does drop in class today. Now, there's been a lot of changes from the first start to today's start. He was gelded after his last race. He gets added distance from 6.5 furlongs at Ellis Park to the mile today, and he drops in class. His debut was against maiden special weight competition, and he did have some trouble in that race in the early stages of the race. So I think you can give him a pass, and there are so many changes in here that I'm at least willing to bet on a horse that is 11-1 with all these changes, and hopefully he wakes up here. I think he's logical. Just looking at his competitors here today, if he can improve a little bit, I think he could be a factor at a big shot. The 7 Ultimate Irony is my second selection here. He's on the board at 2-1. Your favorite. This is a horse who I think could be forwardly placed or even be the main speed here today. This is a horse who went 7 furlongs last time out, opening quarter, 22-4, 46-1 for the half two, and he chased the early pace, and this just seemed to kind of flatten out in later stages of the race. But I did at least like to see that with that added distance, it came improvement and also improved speed. So now, finally, in his 3rd career start, I think he should be able to be on the lead under Sean Bridgmahan and maybe steal it on the front end. And then finally, the 3 Back Ring Luck for trainer Brett Calhoun. I at least like to see that this horse is capable of going a distance of ground. So when he debuted, it was against maiden special weight types at Churchill Downs, and that was at 4.5 furlongs, and he was just left behind that day. But in his next start, they dropped in class, they stretched him out on the turf, and he at least was a factor. A bigger improvement, I should say, from his first race to his second race. Now, the question is, can he kind of translate to the main, translate a type of performance that we saw last time out to the main track today? Probably. And if so, or if he can improve a little bit, I think that could put him in the winner circle at a decent price at 5-1. But I do think that this is probably the best distance for him and hopefully the best surface for him as well. 5-1 on the Brett Calhoun trainee, the 3 Back Ring Luck. But overall, tough field. There are a lot of horses doing new things for the first time, whether it be dropping in class, surface change, distance change. So there's a lot of different directions to go in. And I go in the 5, Sermont. The betting public goes to the 7, Ultimate Irony here, race 4, coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Double and pick three wagering featured here. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot of $7,148. No changes in race 4. 2-year-olds, maidens, $30,000 claiming price, 1 mile over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Post time at 8 minutes.
Six minutes away from race number 4 here at Keeneland, and we'll go to the 3-horse Back Ring Luck for Brett Calhoun, currently sitting at 5-1. A Keeneland graduate, son of Malibu Moon, making his third start here today.
He looks ready to go today, Scott. He is very much on his toes, a very high energy type of horse. Now, when you look at him as a physical, he actually is a little bit more on the compact side. So it's kind of surprising that he was okay to stretch out to a distance of ground on the turf last time out. To me, he looks a little bit more like a dirt horse. I think that's a positive thing for him coming back to the dirt today, but he just seems very racy, and I think that's where the pace is going to come from.
Sermont is the 5 for Short Leaf Stable. Robbie Albarado gets the call. What caught your eye with this new gelding, gelded since his last race?
I just thought he looked good. He had good energy on the track. He is my top selection. Obviously he's trying many new things for the first time today, surface, distance, class. But from a physical standpoint, I think this spot will be very suitable for him. So I like what I see at 9-1.
The one horse is getting played at 5-1, and he is all leg. That's what this colt appearance when he came out onto the track to me was what stood out about him. Big, tall colt by California Chrome. Didn't have the cleanest of starts in his debut, and I can see why that cost him based on his physical build. He needs to get away from there cleanly, and if he does with those long legs, strutting his stuff around 2 turns, might be able to do something nicely here. And then there's the favorite, son of Ironicus. Ironicus was at his best when he was going these mile distances. He's not the biggest horse, is he, Gabby? 5-2.
No, he's definitely not the biggest, but I don't know. Looking at him on track, I wonder if he's going to be able to outsprint the 3 Back Ring Luck. When I was originally looking at this race, I thought he could be the pace presence, but we'll see how it all unfolds here. I thought this was kind of one of the trickier races in the early part of the card, Scott.
A lot of unknowns, a lot of inexperienced 2-year-olds on the dirt. In for the maiden 30 tag, you got 4 minutes to sort through this field and get those wagers in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. First wire. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Back Ring Luck, right out running for the lead. Bourbon Frontier toward the far outside is quick out of the gate as well, but there goes Sermont from in between horses now moving up into second, going to take Ultimate Irony along with him into third around the first turn. Mechanicville is in fourth. Bourbon Frontier wide around the turn is now in fifth, 4 lengths off the early lead as they head for the backstretch. St. Verrain travels in sixth at a gap of 2 more lengths back to TJ Munnings in seventh. Star Mission eighth. Catapari last of the 9 as they head off the first turn. And it is Back Ring Luck, Gabriel Saez showing the way. 23.49 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Ultimate Irony draws within a half length of leader toward the outside in second. Sermont is tucked away behind the leader in third, a half length. Mechanicville fourth up on the outside by 2. Bourbon Frontier is fifth. St. Verrain sixth. Gap of 2 more to TJ Munnings in seventh. Star Mission is eighth, and Catapari is ninth and last. 48.53 seconds the time for the first half mile. Back Ring Luck, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Ultimate Irony is second in between horses. Mechanicville tries to pick up the leaders, has to go to the far outside in third, still 2 lengths off the lead. Sermont still looking to the inside in fourth at the quarter pole. And then Bourbon Frontier in fifth, who's 6 from the front. But Back Ring Luck is still the leader. And Back Ring Luck, top of the short stretch, has a 3-length lead. Ultimate Irony goes in the second position. Gap of 3 more lengths then back to Bourbon Frontier in third. Into the final furlong. Back Ring Luck being shaken up now by Saez. Bourbon Frontier is running on from the outside. Here's Bourbon Frontier. Final 16th, trying to catch Back Ring Luck. Bourbon Frontier, Back Ring Luck, head bobbing photo for the win. Either Bourbon Frontier or Back Ring Luck for the top spot. Behind that pair, Ultimate Irony was third in 1 minute 40.67 seconds.
Continue to see these close finishes this meet here at Keeneland. This time it's between the 3 Back Ring Luck, who came charging home down the lane with the lead, and the 8-horse Bourbon Frontier looking to kick it in late under Johnny Court.
Yeah, we saw the 3 Back Ring Luck really do all the dirty work on the front end here for trainer Brett Calhoun. And then the 8 Bourbon Frontier just came out of absolutely nowhere, Scott, closing from off of the pace, and really was the only horse to close from off of the pace. So this was a super performance. But as we get closer to the finish line here in a slow motion look, it's going to come down to the head bob, and it's tough to call. It's tough to call. I'm not going to call it.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. 8 Bourbon Frontier was first. 3 Back Ring Luck was second in the photo. 7 Ultimate Irony third. The 2 Catapari was fourth. And the 4 St. Verrain finished fifth. 8-3-7-2-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Bourbon Frontier, owned by Willis Horton Racing, LLC of Willis Horton, trained by Dallas Stewart, John Court, the jockey. Bourbon Frontier, a 2-year-old son of Cairo Prince, out of Casual Cocktail by Magna Graduate, bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. 1 mile over the fast main track, 1 minute 40.67 seconds. Results of the 4th race official, 8-3-7-2-4 official for Keeneland's 4th race. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6 with that $50,404 carryover. Also a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of $8,122. The turf is firm today, rail at 20 feet. In this 5th event, scratch the 8 Maga Sweet, scratch 14 Curly Ruth, 15 Lemon Chill, and 16 Widow of Nain. Again, scratch 8 Maga Sweet, Also scratch 14 Curly Ruth, 15 Lemon Chill, and 16 Widow of Nain. A reminder, 13 Hat Tip draws into the race. Sixth event, scratch 3, Rob the Rich. Again, scratch 3, Rob the Rich. Seventh event, scratch number 2, Hippie Cowgirl. That's in the 7th race, scratch 2, Hippie Cowgirl. 8th race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Featured 9th, the Lexus Raven Run. Scratch 1, Never Forget. Scratch 8, Fair Maiden. Again, scratch 1, Never Forget, and scratch 8, Fair Maiden. 10th and final race, overweight, the 9 El Supremo, the Jockey, 1 pound over. Fast Track, Firm Turf.
Race number 5, 18 minutes to post. And do keep in mind, this 5th race starts the pick 6 here today. $1 minimum wager, a $50,000 carryover from yesterday as nobody hit the pick 6. So we expect a significant pull here today in this pick 6. One to absolutely consider playing here at Keeneland Racecourse. There is the number 6 horse, Siamese, a filly by Kitten's Joy, who gets blinkers for the first time here in her second start in the United States. She started off her career in Ireland, broke her maiden second time out on the all-weather at Dundalk, and her final start was against Group 3 Company in July over in Ireland before arriving here to Brendan Walsh. She ran a good race on debut as the favorite that afternoon at Churchill back at the end of September, finishing 4th. So the addition of blinkers, a race under her belt here stateside. Joe Talamo gets the opportunity for Qatar Racing and others. In honor of Kitten's Joy, I expect her to take a step forward here this afternoon at odds of 5-1. The number 7 horse, I Hear You, for Mike Stidham, a filly by Street Sense, who's being brought back in 15 days off of a disappointing run here at Keeneland, where she was part of the pace, going a mile and an eighth, and then backed off pretty significantly in the latter stages of that one, at beaten 6 1/4 lengths. So we'll see if this quick turnaround suits her, trusting Mike Stidham and the high-level conditioner that he is. I think that there's certainly a strategy in play here, something that we'll try to uncover once these horses team up with their jockeys. And then the number 12 horse at 6-5, outside draw, again for a favorite here today, or at this meet, I should say, Great Island. We've talked ad nauseum about this. It's just crazy how often we see in the sprint races the favorites draw the rail, and in these route races, the favorites drawing the outside. And the filly, a Keeneland graduate from 2017, who broke her maiden last time out, and she did so from the inside. So a far different type of trip that she's going to get today, Gabby, than what she's gotten in both of her starts. And she ran into a good one back in October of last year. Mean Mary is a very nice filly that beat her on debut in this filly's debut race. So we'll see what she's able to do here today with Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. She looks wonderful down in the paddock at 7-5.
She definitely does. Very, very elegant. I'll talk more about her in a minute. Scott, you and I landed on the same top 3, just in a different order. I went back to the 7, I Hear You. I think it's encouraging that Mike Stidham does bring her back off of relatively short rest. And yeah, her performance last time out was a little bit disappointing. I think that she is a filly that likes to be covered up and likes to close from off of the pace. She just seemed to be too forwardly placed in her last race. And the winner of the race, Luck Money, actually was a little bit farther back than she was within the running of the race. And as she was making her move, she hit I Hear You a little bit. And I think that just exaggerated her loss that day, or her poor effort. I don't think she was winning. I don't think she was hitting the board, but I also don't think she needed to finish 8th in that race. So she was bumped a little bit coming down the stretch. I think she can come back and regroup and have a good performance today. Hopefully she can stalk or close from off of it and get back to her preferred running style. The number 12, Great Island, very classy looking individual here in the paddock. She's big, she's long, but she seems very powerful. She's got a strong looking shoulder, strong in her hindquarters too. So she really does look like the picture here, this 4-year-old filly by Scat Daddy. And she's only had 2 career starts. One of them was a loss to Mean Mary. Scott was mentioning she's a multiple graded stakes winner and a grade 1 placed. And then her second start, she went on to win easily last time out, but she did draw well. She had a great trip under Tyler, and I just don't know if she is going to be able to navigate the trip from that outside post position. We see it time and time again. It's really not that easy. I know you get at least a little bit of a decent stretch going into the first turn at 1 1/16, but usually these fillies that need to be more forwardly placed, they just get hung out so wide going into that first turn. So it will be up to Tyler Gaffalione to navigate these tricky waters here today. And then finally, the 6, Siamese, for Brendan Walsh. She's making her second start in North America. I like the distance for her. I like that the blinkers come on. I went back and watched her last race at Churchill Downs, just trying to glean more information and figure out why the blinkers are going on her here today. And what I think is that she just ran in spots coming down the stretch. It looked like she took a hold of the bit and she was going to run on, and then she didn't, and then she felt the presence of other horses closing, and then she ran on again. So it was really much of a stop and go type of performance from her coming down the stretch. And I think maybe the blinkers on will just help her be able to focus a little bit more and worry about what's in front of her instead of what's coming on and approaching her. So maybe maybe, and even looking at some of her races overseas in Ireland, she kind of ran the same way. So I do think that the blinkers on today will certainly help her move forward. And I think Worthy at 5-1, maybe a horse that you want to consider here. But right now the money's pouring in on the outside runner, the number 12, Great Island for trainer Chad Brown. Do take note that the 13 Hat Tip does draw into the race. It's 40-1 on the board right now. And a reminder that this race does kick off that pick six sequence. We had a $50,000 carryover going into today, and it's currently, the pools are over $110,000. So make sure you construct your pick six ticket and get that in, as we are 12 minutes out from the fifth.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hidden Brook, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th over the firm turf, rail set at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $8,122. Start of the pick 6, carryover $50,404. A reminder, scratch 8 Maga Sweet. Also scratch 14 Curly Ruth, 15 Lemon Chill, and 16 Widow of Nain. A reminder, number 13 Hat Tip draws into the race. Post time at 7 minutes for the start of the pick 6, race 5.
started the pick 6 in 6 minutes, and here's the 12 Great Island for trainer Chad Brown, Tyler Gaffalione, and the irons. This is a filly that she's grand looking. There's no doubt about it. She just walked out to the track, and even in the paddock, she just has this elegance to her. All positive signs for this filly, and she's actually very big too, but it definitely looks like an athletic sort. So if she was able to maybe take back, if I had confidence that she was going to be able to take back and save ground going into the first turn, I probably would have picked her on top. I think she's the class of the race. She looks great. I just don't know if that outside post position, if she'll be able to work around it. But all good things for the favorite right now. The number 6, Siamese, I got a closer look at this filly. She's definitely on her toes. She looks like a racy little filly too. High energy, but looks ready to go. And I got a closer look at the blinkers, just a shortcut blinker. So I do think that those going on today is more for focus and not so much speed, but she does seem sharp on the track today. The number 1, Woodfin for Vicky Oliver. I wanted to talk about this horse quickly. She's 11-1 on the track, or on the board right now, but I actually really liked how she looked here today. She just looks fit. She looks happy. I like the rail draw for her because she is a filly that doesn't possess a lot of natural early speed. So I think the rail post position will at least help her as she will be looking to navigate through traffic in the late stages. But it looks really good on track for a long shot runner. And then the 7, I Hear You. This is going to be my top selection. And Scott, I know that you had the chance to speak to her trainer, Mike Stidham. Did he make an excuse for her last race?
He said the race just didn't set up the way that they expected, that she was too forward, and you hit the nail on the head with your analysis of it. He said he felt that maybe you were overhearing what he was saying to Gabe Saez, that you were so spot on. So job well done there, Gabby. But yeah, and also the turnaround too, not worried about that 15 days back. And he said, also the idea is that you're going from a mile and an eighth race to a mile and a 16th race, you'll have more of a target because there's more speed. So they hope that she can get the kind of trip that she got when she broke her maiden here. So it's 6-1, part of this difficult puzzle, which starts this pick 6, a pool over $131,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Hidden Brook, start of the pick 6. They are at the post. And they're off. More Than Unusual from Between Horses shows for the early lead. Devious Charm is right there alongside, though. These two come to the front together. More Than Unusual down toward the inside now. Devious Charm stays toward the outside into the first turn. Audrey's Time is third against the rail. I Hear You is alongside of her in fourth. Great Island wide, 3 lanes off the rail in fifth. Now taking fourth around the turn. Audrey's Time is shuffled back into the fifth position. Hat Tip goes sixth up on the outside. Lemon Popper is seventh. Sunset Promise eighth. Siamese 3 wide off the first turn up the backstretch in ninth. Turnstone is in 10th. More Good Times is 11th. Woodfin last of the 12. Opening quarter went 23.16 seconds. It is Devious Charm on top by a length and a half to I Hear You second a half length. That will shuffle More Than Unusual back into the third position. Great Island is in fourth toward the outside, running 3.5 lengths off the lead. Audrey's Time is fifth back toward the rail. Sunset Promise sixth between horses. Hat Tip is seventh, caught wide to the far turn. And then Siamese and Lemon Popper, 48.22 seconds for that first half mile. I Hear You trying to get alongside of Devious Charm, who leads at a half length. I Hear You is second by a length and a half. Great Island is third and still 3 lengths off the lead. More Than Unusual to the inside of that one. Hat Tip on her outside. Here comes More Than Unusual. Here comes Great Island. Hat Tip on the far outside. And now Great Island pokes ahead in front. More Than Unusual second. Great Island leading to the wire. Chased by More Than Unusual. Woodfin runs late. Great Island wins it for Tyler Gaffalione.
The 4-5 favorite prevails, and Tyler Gaffalione on the turf. How many times have we said that? Coming away with success as he's able to work out a trip from this outside draw.
Yeah, he still happened to be wide going into the first turn, wide on the backstretch, wide on the final turn, Scott. But at the end of the day, this filly was just much the best. And when you're on the much the best horse, sometimes you can afford to go a little bit wide and just stay in the clear. And she gets the job done as the 4-5 favorite. Congratulations to Chad Brown, Alpha Delta Stables, and Tyler Gaffalione with the ride.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: 12, Great Island was first, 9, More Than Unusual was second, 1, Woodfin was third, 13, Hat Tip was fourth, and 4, More Good Times was fifth. 12, 9, 1, 13, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hidden Brook, 12, Great Island, owned by Alpha Delta Stables of John Clay, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Tyler Gaffleone. Great Island, a 4-year-old filly by Scat Daddy, out of Voyage by Rahi, bred in Kentucky by Ben Walden Jr. and Larry Taylor. Keeneland sales graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the firm turf today in 1 minute 43.38 seconds. Results of race 5 are official. 12, 9, 1, 13, 4, official for Keeneland's fifth race. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. The late pick 5 gets underway here with race 6. There will be no carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. That wager starts anew. In the sixth race, scratch 3, Rob the Rich. Scratch 3, Rob the Rich. Looking ahead to the seventh race, a reminder, scratch 2, Hippie Cowgirl. That's the seventh race, scratch 2, Hippie Cowgirl. Eighth race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Ninth event, featured Lexus Raven Run. Scratch the 1, Never Forget. Scratch the 8, Fair Maiden. Again, scratch 1, Never Forget, and scratch 8, Fair Maiden. 10th and final race, overweight, the 9L Supremo, the jockey 1 pound over. Fast track, firm turf. Control Stake with Clear running now to the outside, up to take the lead coming into the final furlong. It opens up by a length as Pat Daddy is second to the inside. Batter Swing drops back along the rail. Control Stake is the leader by a length and a half, 2 lengths clear. Control Stake and David Cohen take the opener, and then it was Pat Daddy who was home second. Coming into the final furlong, that pair's opened up by 6 on Arima and third. Rose of Paris is fourth, and Funny Bet is the leader at the 16th pole. Funny Bet by a length and a half from Spiteful Charge, 2 lengths clear. Funny Bet Joe Talamo to win it. Kiffle to the inside, leads it a neck. Champagne Bling is trying, but still second past the 8th pole. These two have opened up by 6 lengths, back to All Fact and Stellar Stiletto. Champagne Bling pokes ahead in front. Kiffle still fighting on. Champagne Bling and Kiffle. Champagne Bling, Armando Martinez to win it. Kiffle was home second. Back ring luck being shaken up now by Saez. Bourbon Frontier is running on from the outside. Here's Bourbon Frontier. Final 16th trying to catch back ring luck. Bourbon Frontier, back ring luck. Head bobbing photo for the win. Here comes More Than Unusual. Here comes Great Island. Hat Tip on the far outside. And now Great Island pokes ahead in front. More Than Unusual second. Great Island leading to the wire. Chased by More Than Unusual. Woodfin runs late. Great Island wins it.
Race number 6, 15 minutes to post, and we'll start the late pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager that paid over $5,000 yesterday. And we'll start it today with a starter 50, starter allowance going 7 furlongs on the main track. Scratch out the number 3 horse. There's a look at Jessup, the number 2 horse, a conveyance gelding for Danny Gargan, and Tyler Gaffleone gets the opportunity here today. Danny Gargan claimed this horse for $50,000 last time out off of trainer Steve Asmussen. Steve debuted this horse up at Indiana Grand and won by 5. And then he was aggressive in spotting versus going into an allowance race, went to a 50 claimer, and just got beat on the wire, did Jessup. Now, Gargan claimed him. Gargan is very good off the claim, and that's how this horse got eligible for this race. To be able to run for starter 50, had to have run for 50, and obviously in those 2 starts, that's where it happened. So I think this is going to turn out to be a very fruitful claim, especially moving forward for Danny Gargan and these connections. And he gets the advantage of the post draw. He's got one off the rail versus what Cool Bobby has to overcome here today down on the inside, who is my second choice. The last time that this horse drew the rail going 7 furlongs, when he was still in Southern California with trainer Peter Urton, and he just wasn't quick coming away from the starting gate. He's shown some speed in some of his more recent races, but he's been outside in those starts. So that's the big worry I have with him. And Rafael Bejarano is this post position and being able to break sharp away from there, because you know Jessup is going to come running out of the starting gates, that being the number 2 horse. And then finally, the Senior Joe Beam is where I went to second choice. Excuse me. I think he's a horse that can overcome these two horses if they're able to hook up. And Cool Bobby, just talking about him, he's got to be aggressive from that inside draw in order to pull off this win, because his victories have come when he has made the lead here as of late. But just going to the 7 quickly, my second choice, Senior Joe Bim for Steve Asmussen. He's going to look for a setup, and 7 furlongs should be an ideal situation for him to get that setup. If he comes running late, he'll be dangerous at 8-1. But 2, 7, and 1 for me here in race number 6, which will start the late pick 5.
Scott, I did land on the 1 Cool Bobby. I just think he's the class of the field. You look at his most recent efforts. His race 2 starts back was against allowance competition at Saratoga, and unfortunately he was second to Everfast, who finished second in the Preakness last year to War of Will. So that was a very quality allowance race, and it's no surprise. It's a typical allowance race at Saratoga over the summer. And then he would come back to show speed, fade against Sir Alfred James in Coastal Defense. So Sir Alfred James, he looks like a pretty promising runner for Al Stahl. And then Coastal Defense, he would go on to win his next race and finish 4th ultimately in the Fayette here at Keeneland. So yeah, this horse has been going against stakes quality, grade 1 quality, graded stakes quality type of horses in his last 2 races. And I thought it was very savvy placement for Cherie DeVoe to put this horse in for the $50,000 tag after a poor effort off of the layoff back in May to make him eligible for these starter allowance races. It just seems like savvy placement. He's the class of the race, and honestly, I think he could probably break sharply and just be able to sit the trip behind the 2 Jessup, who looks like he will be the main speed. The number 8 horse towards the outside, Lonely Private, first off the claim for Wes Hawley. I like him because if the 1 and the 2 duel up front, we know that this horse is going to be sitting in the catbird seat just behind them. I don't think he's fast enough to really run with the other 2, but I don't think that matters. He's a horse that's proven before in the past that he can effectively rate and still win. And I think what's key for him is the 7 furlong distance. He loves 7/8s, and sometimes we see that with horses that they're just specialists at this particular distance. So I think he fits the conditions well. He's a horse that's in form, and even his last race in which he won, Victory Boulevard, the second place finisher, came back to win here at Keeneland. So even it's been a pretty productive race. That race at Keeneland last out. And then finally, the 4 Box of Chocolates I'll use at a price for trainer Johnny Ortiz. He does great work with his new acquisitions and his claims, and I thought this was a good race and good placement with this horse last time out to try the turf for the first time. And it looks like moving forward that he has options with this horse, whether it be on the dirt or the turf. So it was a good claim for $40,000. He protects him in for the starter 50 allowance race. And if you look at some of his back numbers, he's good enough to be a factor here, and I think he's definitely worthy of running into the top 3 at 7-1. So the 4 Box of Chocolates, 7-1, Gabe Saez, and the irons here. But my money's on the 1, Cool Bobby, coming up in race 6, as this race does start the late pick 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race starter allowance for 3-year-olds and up. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 3, Rob the Rich. Number 3, Rob the Rich, scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering start of late pick 5 as well. No carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. Post time coming up in just 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from this 6th event this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse, the starter 50, which again starts the late pick 5. The 2-horse Jessup, once he came out onto the track, he started to pick it up a bit. It's a good sign from him. He's been very level, very even, but as soon as they got going in the post parade, he just started to pick up his energy a bit. He is a very fast-looking son of Conveyance, the son of Indian Charlie. It's amazing how through so many different stallions and even on the dam side, the Indian Charlie just continues to influence the breed in such a positive way. And Danny Gargan, like I said before, I just truly think that he's made a heck of a claim and is going to do some good moving forward with this gelding, even perhaps in bigger races on down the line. So 3-1, a good price on Jessup here. The 5-horse Mr. K, thought that he looked really nice out there. This is a gelding who's 12-1 on the morning line. He's being bet down to 9-2. Chestnut son of Cantheros. Cantheros, one of the more versatile stallions. He gets winners on dirt and turf, so perhaps down the line we could see Neil try this horse on the grass as he is by Cantheros, but ran a good race last time out. He should be part of those trying to stock that early speed that should come from Jessup, the number 2 horse. And then finally, we'll go over to the number 7 horse quickly, Senior Jobim for Steve Asmussen, a Keeneland November sales graduate from 2018, and Steve has done some good with him. Like I said before, this horse will not be running with the pace early on in here, but he's a horse that consistently comes closing and picks up pieces primarily. But if things get quick here today, going 7 furlongs, that added distance that he has not had the ability to work with in quite some time, that could be the difference maker for him. He looks great out there, the 6-year-old gray gelding by Distorted Humor. So a good way to start this pick 5. Best of luck. Wide open race. Cool Bobby right now, the 9-5 favorite for Lee Searing CRK stable and trained by Cherie DeVoe.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Cool Bobby is there from the inside in the opening strides. There goes Jessup. Jessup moves forward quickly now, takes the lead, heading onto the main track and up the back stretch. Senior Hobeam will join Jessup on the front end, and also Lonely Private. Lonely Private's going to move in the center of the track from that far outside starting spot up within a neck of Jessup. Senior Hobeam's going to go between that pair in the third position. Cool Bobby is fourth, now starting to move back up once again toward the inside. Box of Chocolates fifth, Mr. K is in sixth, and Yankee 7 is last of the 7 into the far turn after an opening quarter in 22.83 seconds. It is Jessup and Lonely Private going 1-2, separated by a neck. Senior Hobeam a length off that pair in third toward the outside. Box of Chocolates is fourth in between horses. Cool Bobby is down toward the inside in fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. Then Mr. K and Yankee 7 at the back. Jessup at the quarter pole and Lonely Private They're separated by a neck, battling for the lead. Cool Bobby going to look toward the inside. Senior Hobeam is running now from the outside. Jessup has the lead. Senior Hobeam right alongside as they move to the final furlong. Senior Hobeam puts ahead in front from Jessup in second. And then comes Mr. K, who runs to third. Cool Bobby fourth. And then Box of Chocolate. Senior Hobeam with the lead in deep stretch. Senior Hobeam to win it for Ricardo Santana Jr. It was Mr. K who rallied up for second around Jessup in third.
Senior Hobeam does it with style here today as he was wide, but the 7 furlongs really looks like it was the difference today with this horse's style from coming from off the pace. And it looks like also, Gabby, Jessup was extended a little bit further than what he probably wants to go. 7 furlongs, just a touch too far.
Exactly. It was a contested and a pretty quick early pace considering the distance. And this horse just sat the right patient trip under Ricardo Santana Jr. And it looks like 7 furlongs was the right distance for Senior Hobeam. Congratulations to the connections. A nice exacta returning 701 on top, 701 in second as well. 7-5-2-4 unofficially in the 6th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. 7, Senior Hobeam was first. 5, Mr. K was second. 2, Jessup third. 4, Box of Chocolates fourth. And 1, Cool Bobby fifth. 7-5-2-4-1 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race. Unofficial winner, number 7, Senior Hobeam. Owned and trained by Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. Senior Hobeam, a 6-year-old gelded son of distorted humor, out of Forest Music by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, LLC. Time for the 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.02 seconds. Sixth race results official, 7-5-2-4-1, the official results for Keeneland's 6th race. Keeneland's 7th upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the $300,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. No carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. In this 7th race, scratch the 2, Hippie Cowgirl. Again, scratch 2, Hippie Cowgirl. Looking ahead to the 8th race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Featured ninth, the Lexus Raven Run. Scratch the 1, Never Forget. Scratch the 8, Fair Maiden. Again, scratch 1, Never Forget, and scratch 8, Fair Maiden. 10th and final race, overweight, the 9L Supremo. Jockey, 1 pound over. Fast track, firm turf.
19 minutes away from race number 7. This does start the late pick 4 guaranteed pool this afternoon, $300,000, and it is presented by TVG. And there's a look down into the paddock at Wicked Bisou, who is 7-1 right now for Woodford Thoroughbreds, a homebred for Woodford Thoroughbreds, daughter of Wicked Strong. She is the half-sister to the champion and multiple Grade 1 winner, Midnight Bisou. She is built like a bull. She is a 2-year-old filly that is coming in with some quick workouts here over at Churchill Downs, rather, including a nice gate workout in 48-2. We'll see what she's about. I'm surprised that she's as cold as she is on the tote board with the expectations that are coming in with a filly being a half to Midnight Bisou, who earned several $1 million and was recently retired from racing, multiple Grade 1 winner as mentioned. So Wicked Bisou, 7-1, a little cold on the board, but she's my top selection based on that pedigree by Wicked Strong and the half, again, to Midnight Bisou. Finally, moving on to the number 4 horse, Miss Dial. She's 15-1. Another one, I'm surprised that she's as big of a price as she is for Tom Amoss. A daughter of Dialed In. They paid $310,000 for her earlier this year in 2020. She comes in with a series of workouts over at Churchill. You can see Tom Amoss with her right now. Always a fan of the Dialed Ins. I think he's one of the more underrated stallions that we have here in Central Kentucky and in North America. He just consistently, year in and year out, gets winners, gets 2-year-old winners, and he'll have another opportunity with this filly, Miss Dial, getting ready to make her debut as she comes out of that saddling stall into the sun. And then my third choice is the number 5 horse. That is Willful Woman for Steve Asmussen. Looking for back-to-back wins on the card. Yet another first-time starter, a filly that comes from Foxy Danseur, who was a stakes runner. This filly's a half-sister to a stakes winner as well, daughter of one of the leading freshman sires in Nyquist. She's 6-1 on the board right now. But, Gabby, this is a tote board that I don't know that I would have been able to predict coming in with thinking being the 2-1 favorite right now. You've got to pay attention to this action over these next 17 minutes and see if there's any significant fluctuations in the odds and utilize that, whether you're playing this race straight up or playing this late pick 4 presented by TVG.
Yeah, thinking was 9-1 in her debut. That was at 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs on the turf. So kind of surprised to see her opening up as the 2-1 favorite. Maybe it's because Tyler Gaffleone is aboard here today. I'm not so sure, but I did land on the 7 Belfiore as the top pick here at 3-1. I like the fact that she comes into this race with one race underneath of her belt. I was just speaking to Cherie DeVoe, who trains this filly, and she said that she got a lot of fitness out of her first race and got a lot of race experience too, and you could see that as she was well off of the pace in that race, and then she started to pick up the pieces and figure it out in the late stages, but it was too little too late. However, that was a tough field. Midnight Ballerina was the winner of Very Live. Bill Mott, first-time starter. She actually went off as the favorite. And then Little Stitious, the second-place finisher, she came back to win a maiden special weight for trainer Tom Amoss on yesterday's program here at Keeneland. So a productive race that Belfiore comes out of, and she at least has one race underneath of her belt. The 3 Tipsy Chicks, she probably comes out of the toughest race. Unfortunately, she really didn't pick up her feet in that one. But I would say that this is a much easier, it's an easier race than what she faced in her debut. Maybe not much easier, but it seems to be easier. The Travel Column was the winner. She would go on to finish third in the Grade 1 Alcibiades. And then the second place finisher, Off We Go, would come back to win a maiden special weight here at Keeneland for Tom Amoss, a very quick filly. They went fast in that race, and they never really came back to them. So I think a different dynamic today and maybe a little bit easier of in a group for this filly. She may even want longer distances. I think this is a stepping stone to maybe 2 turns, but at least 7 furlongs is moving in the right direction. And then the 10 Wicked Bisou. She is that half sister to Midnight Bisou, trained by Tom Amoss, this Woodford Thoroughbreds homebred. And I like the outside draw. She is petite. She's not the tallest looking filly, and she's also very compact. So I do wonder if she just needs more time to kind of grow and grow into herself and figure it all out. She is a good looking filly, but in terms of her size, she's really a little bit more on the petite side compared to her competition here today. So we'll see what she can do. She's on the board at 6-1. I'll go take a closer look at some of these competitors in just a minute as we are 15 minutes out. Race 7 is up next to kick off that late pick 4, guaranteed at $300,000 today. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Claiborne. Maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the $300,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. No carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. Scratch the 2, Hippie Cowgirl number 2 is scratched. Post time at 7 minutes.
Start of the late pick 4 begins in 6 minutes. Guaranteed pick 4, $300,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. And this number 5 horse, Willful Woman, for the Leblongs, a daughter of Nyquist for trainer Steve Asmussen. A well-bred filly. She looked nice when she came out here, and she started to really perk up when she got with the pony and got going. So positive signs in looking at the number 5 horse at 6-1, Willful Woman, as Asmussen looks for back-to-back wins on today's card here at Keeneland. The number 9 horse, Caught Looking, another one that looked well when she came out here. The Keeneland graduate from September of 2019. Super Saver is her sire. BBN Racing sends her forward. You can see her in the sun, looks well for Rusty Arnold. Florent Giroux gets the opportunity. She's a big price right now as she makes her debut. 26-1 is what she sits at on the tote board. The 11 horse Thinking, she was ready to go when she came out onto the track. She knew it was game time, as this filly does come into this race with experience. She's 5-2 right now as the lukewarm favorite, just over the number 7 horse in Belfiore for Cherie DeVoe. But Thinking, the daughter of Nyquist, another well-bred filly in here, this one for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and others, just like the way that she acted when she got out here, putting her game face on. And then finally, on the outside, the 12, another one that looks good, another one for Steve Asmussen, and another filly in here that has experience, and that came over at Kentucky Downs on good listed going, a daughter of Bernardini out of a stakes-winning mare, Queen's Award. We'll see what she's got in store for him today at 26-1. But a good start to the pick 4, guaranteed at $300,000, quickly approaching that guarantee, just over $298,000 is what's in the pool, and you've got 4 minutes to put those tickets together as this race 7 does start this late pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Claiborne. Start of the $300,000 guaranteed pick 4, presented by TVG. They are at the post. And they're off. Rainbow Bell to the inside. Caught Looking is there between horses early on as well. Here comes Willful Woman. Willful Woman and Caught Looking now the top two. Caught Looking has the lead. Miner's Queen goes to second up on the outside. Willful Woman is in third position by a length. Thinking goes fourth up on the outside. Belfiore is fifth in between horses and is joined there by 3 Tipsy Chicks, who moves up 1 spot from 6th. Dottie is 7th. Wicked Bizou far outside moves up 2 positions from 8th. Miss Dial is back toward the inside in 9th. Mia at Midnight is in 10th, and Rainbow Bell is last of the 11 going into the far turn. Opening quarter, 23.18 seconds. Caught Looking is the leader, 3/4 of a length into the turn. Miner's Queen, second, 3/4 of a length. Thinking is third to the far outside. Gap of 2 to Willful Woman, who's fourth to the inside by just a neck. And then Wicked Bizou on the outside of that one, who is still running some 6 lengths from the lead. Thinking puts ahead in front, turning for home. Wicked Bizou tries to move up behind her, has to go to the center of the track as they straighten away for the drive. Thinking has the lead by 2. Willful Woman going to look to the inside. Wicked Bizou, and then 3 Tipsy Chicks on the far outside, but they're all behind Thinking. Thinking a 3-length lead. 3 Tipsy Chicks to second, and then comes Willful Woman. 3 Tipsy Chicks running out of time to try to catch Thinking. Thinking in front for Tyler Gaffalione. Thinking to win it by 2. 3 Tipsy Chicks was across the line in the second position. Willful Woman was home third.
Thinking with an impressive performance coming from off the pace. She had to go 3 wide, but once she kicked it in under Tyler Gaffalione, it was game over, and her price drifted up to 4-1 at post time.
Yeah, but she was bet down to the favorite when she was in the paddock, so clearly she was live here today. Her career debut came on the turf, so made the surface switch today for the connections, and it seemed to be a successful move. Congratulations to those connections. Tyler Gaffalione having himself a nice Saturday as well. The 11, Thinking, gets the victory in race 7.
Photo for 4th, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 11, Thinking, was first. 3, Tipsy Chicks was second. 5, Willful Woman was third. 8, Dottie was fourth. And 10, Wicked Bizu was fifth. 11, 3, 5, 8, 10, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Claiborne, the unofficial winner, 11, Thinking, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned also by Farfellow Farms Limited of Kip Nelman, trained by Graham Motion. 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffalione. Thinking, 2-year-old filly by Nyquist, out of Critical Reason by Aptitude, winner bred in Kentucky by Farfellow Farms Limited. Results are official for race 7. 11, 3, 5, 8, 10, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. 1 minute, 29.66 seconds for the beard course distance of about 7 furlongs. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carry over for the Super High 5 jackpot, $2,183. A reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. The turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet. Looking ahead to the featured 9th race, the Lexus Raven Run. Scratch the 1, Never Forget. Scratch the 8, Fair Maiden. Again, scratch 1, Never Forget, and scratch 8, Fair Maiden. 10th and final race, overweight, the 9L Supremo, the jockey, 1 pound over.
Race number 8, 3 other than allowance race, 1 mile and 1/8 on the turf course. The distance for this classy group of runners that'll get set to kick off the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon here today at Keeneland Racecourse. And Don't Blame Rocket, surprised that he's up at 6-1 right now on the board for AJ Suited Racing Stable Norm Cassie as they make the switch to Tyler Gaffleone with his 6-year-old son of Blame. He's a 7-time winner from 19 starts. He's nearing $400,000 in earnings, and he consistently runs good races at higher levels. I mean, look 3 back. Look who beat him at Churchill Downs in that 3 other than allowance race on June 18th. Ivor, who's now a Grade 1 winner following his victory in the Shadwell Turf Mile here at Keeneland on opening weekend. So you've got to respect the competition that this horse has kept. He came running on late in his most recent start where he was just a bit over his head in the Grade 1 one of the Grade 1 features on Kentucky Derby Day at Churchill Downs. So expect a strong performance from him as he sits at a good price at odds of now 5-1. Go to the outside, the number 7 horse. That's where you'll find my second choice, Corelli, another one that gets class relief off of consecutive Grade 1 races. He's been more involved in his races as of late, and I think that that's certainly a product of the longer distance races that he's been running. So if he gets a little bit more pace, maybe we'll see a little bit more finish from him. And always a benefit to have Florent Giroux in the saddle as he's continued to be one of the leading riders here at Keeneland this meet. Giroux does well on the grass, 7-2, good price on him. You're going to get a good price regardless of who you back in this 8th event. And then finally, the number 4 horse, Midnight Tea Time for Joe Sharp. He should be maybe out in front of these other couple of horses. Gabby, I think that he's a horse that with the step up to 1 mile and 1/8, maybe he can be more of a pace presence as we saw him be part of a very quick pace at Kentucky Downs, and then 2 back was part of the pace at Saratoga in a 3 other than allowance race, and he too has run against Grade 1 winners in recent starts. Digital Age and Ivor surfaced on his past performances. So all in all, it's going to come down to trip, and a lot of it's going to have to do with the pace. What kind of pace are we going to get in here, slow or fast? And obviously that would set things up fast pace for a horse to come from off of it, or if somebody can walk the dog out here going 1 mile and 1/8, maybe they can steal it on the front end.
I think the pace is going to be decent. The 12 horse way to the outside, I think, has to go. And then we also have the one Ritzy AP, who is not slow either. And he's stretching out to 9 furlongs from several performances and fast paces at the mile. So, yeah, I do think it's going to be a decent pace. I don't think it's going to be that hot, though. The 2 Don't Blame Rocket, I like him at this distance. He obviously was a little bit outclassed last time out in the Grade 1 Turf Classic, and he was way off of the pace. Now, when he came out of the gate that day, he did get knocked around a bit, and I thought he ultimately lost a little bit of his position, too. He just had too much ground to make up by the time he reached the top of the stretch. Digital Age, I know he was a closer, but he was a little bit more forward, and Factor This was more forwardly placed in that race as well. And they're probably just better horses than he is, so this just seems like more of a logical spot. I like the rail draw for him. Hopefully he can sit a mid-pack trip and go from there. But you're right, Scott. He's been competing with some top quality turf runners in the past. And I'm not saying this is a class relief. It's a very tough field, but the class is there for the 2 Don't Blame Rocket. Now, the 7 Corelli, I think people are really paying attention to his back-to-back Grade 1 races. I think we can give him a pass for his performance in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer. It was against Channel Maker, who was in the form of his life this year, and it was also on soft ground. But his race in the Grade 1 United Nations was good, and that's why I used him second and in the top 3. But for a horse that's likely, or obviously the favorite right now at 7-2, and if he goes lower than that, I think it's important to also note that I didn't think that was the toughest Grade 1 on the turf that we've seen this year. And that was my angle with Aquaphobia, who we saw run back here at Keeneland and the Sycamore. And, he didn't run very well in that race either. I just think that, you kind of have to pay attention to the class in that particular Grade 1. But I do like him, and he does get back to what I think he likes, and that is firm ground today. The one Ritzy AP to the inside for trainer Jack Sisterson, he is a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde type of horse, a hit or miss. He can have these really impressive performances like he showed in that 3 other than allowance earlier this year in May, and then he can throw in a little bit of a clunker as he showed in the Grade 2 Wise Dan. I like the post position for him. I like the fact that he's on a very firm course here today, and I think if he gets a little aggressive at this distance, he very well could be forwardly placed, and that's where he does his best running. So I'll use him at a price in the top 3 at 12-1. But for me, it's the 2 Don't Blame Rocket in this very tough 3 other than allowance race coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Heaven Trees, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 over the firm turf rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of $2,183. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from race number 8, and what a good-looking group this is, and not shockingly, given that these are a group of developed older horses, just men, bottom line. As we take a look at the number 3 horse out there, that's Troubling Moon. I thought that he looked nice, and maybe one to consider more so based on pedigree than anything. Obviously, by Into Mischief, he needs no introduction, but this female family has produced the first dam, rather, has produced 4 turf winners over the course of her broodmare career. So trying grass for the first time, you can see the idea here. He's a good-looking gelding. Troubling Moon, a big price, but comes from that first dam, has produced 4 turf winners in the past. The number 5 horse, Counteroffer, another one that looked well out there, and here's a horse that gets back to turf off of a dirt try at Belmont Park in the 1.5 mile Miner's Mark, and he's a horse that could benefit from some early speed, and even if there isn't much pace, he has shown the ability to kick on if he's able to sit close, so he's got a nice turn of foot. Watch out for the 5 horse in here, another big price at 29 to 1. And then finally, the number 10 horse at 7 to 1. That's Temple. Manny Franco gets the opportunity here for Paradise Farms and Mike Maker. He looked outstanding when he came out onto the track. Temple, the number 10, the son of Temple City. He was a 4-time winner last year in 2019. Does have 1 win from 6 starts here in 2020, and he continues to be a good price of 7 to 1, now 6 to 1 as he just clicks down. He's another one that can sit forward, and the distance shouldn't be an issue given the fact that he won at this distance at Gulfstream Park. So a good-looking group, a very good betting race, and we're seeing some late money come in on the number 2 horse, Don't Blame Rocket. He is the current favorite at 3 to 1.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 8th race. Scratch the 2, Don't Blame Rocket. Late scratch in Keeneland's 8th race. Scratch number 2, Don't Blame Rocket, has been scratched on the advice of the veterinarian. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Heaven Trees. They are at the post. Net gain for Actress in the gate. Settles down. Ready for a start.
No, sitting down. Sitting down.
They're off. Busy channel broke alertly between horses, but here comes Temple toward the outside. Also Segoy out in the center of the course, and Appreciado as they head for the first turn. Then Ritzy AP back toward the rail. It is Busy Channel who has the early lead, though. Leads it by 3/4 of a length. Sugoi goes second. Ritzy AP is third, a half length heading into the first turn. Appreciado fourth on the outside of that one. A gap of 2 lengths back to Troubling Moon, who hugs the rail in fifth. Temple is alongside in sixth. A gap of 2 more. Corelli, 1 lane off the rail in seventh by a head. Midnight Tea Time moves up 1 position from eighth against the rail. Break of 5 more back to Net Gain, who travels in ninth. And then Counter Offer is 10th. And Hierarchy is last of the 11. Opening quarter went in 22.71 seconds. Sugoi is the leader. Sugoi has made the top by a length. Ritzy AP goes second up on the outside, second by just a half length. Then Busy Channel shuffled back a couple of positions now into third, a half length. Appreciado fourth up on the outside. And then Troubling Moon, fifth between horses, 5 from the front. Temple is sixth outside of that one. Midnight Tea Time is next. And then Corelli, who's toward the outside, still 8 lengths from the lead. The opening half mile went in 47.7 seconds. Sugoi, the leader. Ritzy AP, 1 length away and second toward the outside. Busy Channel third back toward the rail as the field turns for home. Temple is trying to move to the outside of Appreciado. That pair still 5 from the front, though, as they straighten away. Sugoi has the lead. Ritzy AP, Appreciado. And then comes Temple. Busy Channel looks for running room toward the inside. Sugoi the leader. Busy Channel diving toward the rail. Temple coming from the outside. Sugoi still has the lead. Temple in second. Down to the line. It's Sugoi in front. And Sugoi wins it for Joe Rocco Jr. at 23-1 upset.
He just kept on going. Sugoi, as he was extended out to 1 1/8 today, we knew he was going to show speed. The question was, Gabby, could he get the 9 furlongs? And boy, did he ever. Congratulations to Michael Tomlinson, and a big celebration coming from the connections of Blackout Racing Stables.
This is a great performance from this horse today because he did not go slowly early, 22 and change, 47 and change for the half, and he kept on going. A very nice ride by Joe Rocco Jr. Sugoi gets the victory for Mike Tomlinson and Blackout Racing Stables. Some very happy connections, and I'm sure you'd be happy if you bet on him too. 23-1 winner in the 8th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 12 Sugoi was first. 10 Temple was second. 6 Busy Channel third. 11 Appreciado fourth. And 4 Midnight Tea Time fifth. 12, 10, 6, 11, 4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Heaven Trees, 12, Segoy, the unofficial winner, owned by Blackout Racing Stables of Kyle McGinty, trained by Mike Tomlinson, Joe Rocco Jr., the jockey. Segoy, a 3-year-old son of Cara Conti, out of Timeless Spirit by Devil's Due, bred in Kentucky by Normandy Farm. Results are now official for Keeneland's 8th race. 12:10.6, 11:4, the official results. The time for the 9 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 49.06 seconds. Keeneland's featured 9th upcoming 22nd running of the Lexus Raven Run, Grade 2. Main track is fast. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $4,955. Scratch the 1, never forget. Scratch the 8, Fair Maiden. Again, scratch 1, never forget. And scratch 8, Fair Maiden. 10th and final race, overweight, the 9 El Supremo, the jockey 1 pound over.
Think we'll make it in time?
You may not expect the unexpected, but you can certainly take it on. The Lexus ES.
Wow, this rain is bananas.
Now available with all-wheel drive. See Lexus of Lexington.
"16 minutes out from the featured event, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run Stakes. 3-year-old fillies going 7 furlongs for a $200,000 purse. A couple of scratches take out the 1 and 8. And right now, Venetian Harbor is the 3-2 favorite as she makes her return to Keeneland for a second time in her career. I'm going to Four Graces, who draws the rail now with the scratch of the 1 horse. This is a filly for Ian Wilkes, who set the track record going 7 furlongs during the summer meet here at Keeneland. She did so in the Grade 3 Beaumont. She was able to dash away from Sconson. Sconson would come out of that race and got a good setup in the Grade 2 8 Bell Stakes and came over the top for that victory. But we heard from Ian Wilkes this morning on Today at Keeneland, and he told our Tom Leach that he felt maybe he had her a little bit short on fitness. So if that's the case, expect her to take a step forward. She comes in with a very quick workout at Churchill Downs in 59-1. She will flash speed from the inside. 3-1 is what you're getting on Four Graces, the track record holder at 7 furlongs right here at Keeneland on the dirt course. The number 5 horse is Venetian Harbor. Comes back here to Keeneland off of a run in the Grade 1 test where she was second behind the very powerful Gamine. Her other race here at Keeneland, she was the pace setter in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland Stakes during the summer meet as well. That was when they were continuing to stretch her out, and it looks like they're going to keep her at 1 turns moving forward because her speed just is not as effective going around the 2 turns as it has been back during her earlier part of her career, because obviously the waters have gotten deeper in those route races. So a daughter of Munnings who's done very good, a pretty straightforward filly. She likes to get in the mix. She'll be on the outside with Manny Franco, 3-2 on Venetian Harbor, the Keeneland graduate who's made over $383,000. And then finally the 10. Not surprised that she's getting play. Secret Keeper for Cliff Seiss Jr. Cliff Seiss has had some good horses through the years for Pam and Marty Wygod. This is a filly that's a homebred by Pam and Marty Wygod, a daughter of Into Mischief out of the Candy Ride mare Candy Drawer. She won her first 2 races at Santa Anita and then at Del Mar, and then they stretched her out to a mile in the Del Mar Grade 3 Torrey Pine Stakes, where she was part of that pace and was beaten by a solid filly in there, finishing second. So cutting back in distance on the outside, she's one that's going to have to take a step up, but she's looks to be ready to take that step up, Gabby, based on what she's done in those sprint races in Southern California. And we know how good the Southern California sprinters are whenever they ship out of SoCal.
For sure. She looks like a big threat here. But, Scott, I went with a different horse, and that's the 4 Finite. She's 8-1 on the board right now, and there was a point in time where we thought that she was one of the most talented 3-year-old fillies earlier this year when she reeled off 4 consecutive victories, including wins in the Grade 2 Goldenrod and even the Grade 2 Rachel Alexandra. She was a filly that was talented enough to even beat champion British Idiom in the Rachel Alexandra and Swiss Skydiver, who, of course, came back to win the Preakness Stakes recently. So, yes, she hasn't quite developed in the latter half of her 3-year-old season, but I'm still willing to take a shot with her at this price on the board because at one point in time, she showed a lot of talent and a lot of promise, and I actually do think, at least from a physical standpoint, she looks fine and capable of sprinting, and I think this is the right distance to try her at 7 furlongs. She looks incredible today, too. I don't know what went amiss last time out. We say this time and time again. Some horses really handled Kentucky Downs surface this particular season. Some didn't. So I'm willing to give her a pass for her last race and see if she can come back and make a splash at 1 turn on the dirt. Now, of course, Venetian Harbor, the 5, is the horse to beat for Richie Baltus. And I was talking to him before the Grade 1 Ashland, And he was really high on her that day, but he also kind of had this in the back of his mind that maybe she was going to be most effective going one-turn distances. So finally, we see them make the change in the Grade 1 test, where she finished second to Gamine, and now back here in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. I think she is a very special filly, but she is going to be a short price. So my only way of trying to beat her was with a long shot in here, but you have to respect her. She's got the credentials. She's faced some of the most talented 3-year-old fillies this season, and she is purely the horse to beat. She may even be the filly to catch, too, on the front end. She is very fast. And the 6 Reagan's Edge, she is a very attractive-looking filly. She is so muscly. She's got so much muscle all over her body. She just looks like a very strong type of filly. She is on the quiet side, which is, I think, surprising, just considering how much natural speed she also has. We'll see what she can do at 7 furlongs. The longest she has gone is 6.5 furlongs in the Grade 3 Victory Ride, where she in fact almost beat Frank's Roquette, who has been sensational this year. She came back in the Grade 2 Prioress to just kind of chase her around the racetrack, but she, I think, continues to take these big steps forward. And talking to Sharita Rowe earlier today, too, she thinks that she is coming into the race in really good fashion. So we'll see what she can do. The number 6 Reagan's Edge, I think, has a very good look to her at 6-1. But all eyes will be on the number 5 Venetian Harbor. She is your even money favorite here in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, coming up in 10 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 9th, the 22nd running of the Lexus Raven Run, a Grade 2 for 3-year-old fillies at 7 furlongs on the fast main track. Starts the last of the day as rolling doubles. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $4,955. Scratch number 1, Never Forget. Also scratch the 8, Fair Maiden. Post time in just 6 minutes. Now the post parade for the Lexus Raven Run. We begin with number 2, Four Graces, owned by Whittam Thoroughbreds LLC of Janice Whittam, trained by Ian Wilkes. Julian Leperoux is up. 3, Secondary Market, owned by the Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown. Jockey, Tyler Gaffleone. 4 is Finite, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, owned also by Thomas J. Ryman, William Dixon, and Deborah Easter, trained by Steve Asmussen. Ricardo Santana Jr. is up. 5, Venetian Harbor, owned by Ciaglia Racing LLC of Joseph Ciaglia, owned also by Highland Yard LLC of Lindsay LaRoche, by River Oak Farm of Nathan McCauley, and by Dominic Savides, trained by Richard Baltus, Manny Franco, the jockey. 6, Reagan's Edge, owned by the Lale Stables of Roy Jackson, Cherie DeVoe, the trainer, and Florent Giroux, the jockey. 7, Tonalist Shape, owned by Slam Dunk Racing of Nick Casado, owned also by Doug Branham, and Legacy Ranch Incorporated of Pete Perella, trained by Safi Joseph, the jockey, Rafael Bejarano. 8 is Scratched. 9 is Grand Cru Classe, owned by the Speedway Stables LLC of Peter Fleur and K.C. Weiner, trained by Bill Mott. Martin Garcia is up. And 10 is Secret Keeper, owned by Pam and Martin Wygod, trained by Cliff Seiss. Brian Hernandez Jr. will ride. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
So much class to this field as we are 5 minutes away from the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run Stakes, a group of 3-year-old fillies that looked tremendous in the paddock. And when they came through the tunnel with their riders aboard, 4 Graces, boy, did she ever perk up when Julian Leperoux was legged up on her back and was on her toes, walking through the tunnel and then coming out here and getting her warm up. She looks tremendous out there on the racetrack and did in the paddock. Expect her to be sitting on a big race based on the way that she is looking here this afternoon. 4 Graces, the track record holder at 7 furlongs here at Keeneland from her win in the Grade 3 Beaumont. The number 3 horse Secondary Market, another one. When Tyler Gaffleone was legged up onto this Daughter of Into Mischief, she really woke up, and she's 15-1 right now. She was 4th to Frank's Rocket in the Grade 2 Prioress. She's going to have to be a little bit sharper away from the starting gate than she was in that race. That's, I think, part of the reason why we didn't see the performances that we'd seen from her in her previous 2 starts, but she looked well with Tyler jumping aboard her here this afternoon. Finite, the chestnut filly, looks dashing as well. She's a Winchell homebred, a filly by Munnings, that maybe she's just turned the corner. From a looks perspective, you couldn't have a horse looking any better here this afternoon. I know that her works have been good here at Churchill Downs as well, so Finite looking well out there at odds of 9-1 right now. And then we'll go to the number 10 horse. She too, so like so many of these fillies, when Brian Hernandez jumped aboard Secret Keeper for the Boygods, the Daughter of Into Mischief, she really came to life. And I think, Gabby, the cutback in distance is going to do her so well here at 5-1. Not surprised she's taking this action. What did her trainer Cliff Seiss have to say about this filly?
Well, he said in terms of strategy, he really hopes that the 2 favorites go out there and battle each other on the front end so they can sit a nice, perfect stalking trip. And that was kind of the conversation that he had with jockey Brian Hernandez in the paddock moments ago. So that is at least the strategy. And I also asked him when she got into town to Lexington, Kentucky. He said she shipped in on Tuesday, and she is just such a well-mannered filly that nothing phases her. So since she's come here on Tuesday, she's been handling herself very well, and they expect a big performance from her today.
She's 5-1 right now, one of 2 Southern California invaders coming in here to Central Kentucky for this Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. 3 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured ninth race, the 22nd running of the Lexus Raven Run, Grade 2. They are at the post. And they're off in the Lexus Raven Run. Awkward start for Secret Keeper, who went to her knees coming out of the gate, recovers, but is placed toward the far outside near the back. Here's Venetian Harbor. Venetian Harbor up to take the early lead as the field hits the main track and moves up the back stretch. Reagan's Edge goes second between horses. Grand Cru Classe, third up on the outside. Secret Keeper is now back up to fourth on the outside of Four Graces, who moves up one position from fifth. Secondary Market is sixth. Fine Night seventh in between horses. And Tonalist Shape is last as the field heads for the far turn. 7 lengths off the lead. Venetian Harbor got the opening quarter in 23.06 seconds. Venetian Harbor leading Reagan's Edge by a length to the far turn. Grand Cru Classe starts to move up a closer third on the far outside. Four Graces, fourth down toward the inside, then Fine Night, Secret Keeper up on the outside, Secondary Market next to last, and Tonalist Shape trails. They come for the top of the stretch. Venetian Harbor leading the way in the Lexus Raven Run, and Reagan's Edge is still there just off her flank in second, a length and a half. Then Grand Cru Classe, followed by Fine Night, who looks toward the inside in fourth. Secondary Market is in fifth. It is Venetian Harbor with the lead by 3 past the 8th pole. And here comes Fine Night up the inside. Grand Cru Classe from the outside. Venetian Harbor with the lead. Fine Night up the rail. Venetian Harbor. Fine Night is still trying. Down to the line. Venetian Harbor wins the Lexus Raven Run by a neck for Manny Franco in 1 minute 23.03 seconds.
When you let her loose on the lead, she can do this to you. Venetian Harbor, no company away from the starting gate after 4 graces, was just not quick and really never got into the race. And Manny Franco had that catbird seat out on the front end until Finite came running on down on the inside, but the race was over at this point for this Keeneland September sales graduate.
Yeah, and you can almost see Manny Franco seeing the 9 come up on the outside and him shifting his filly a little bit more towards the outside to intimidate her. And that created the opening for Finite to come up and rally. I thought she was going to get up to Venetian Harbor, but you're right, Scott. When she's allowed to be alone on the lead, there's absolutely no catching her. Congratulations to Venetian Harbor and the Connections. Manny Franco getting the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 9th, the Lexus Raven Run. 5, Venetian Harbor finished first in the photo. 4, Finite was second. 9, Grand Cru Classe was third. 6, Reagan's Edge fourth. And 7, Tonalist Shape fifth. 5, 4, 9, 6, 7, unofficial. The official winner of Keeneland's featured 9th race, 22nd running of the Lexus Raven Run Stakes, Grade 2. 5, Venetian Harbor, owned by Ciaglia Racing LLC of Joseph Ciaglia, owned also by Highland Yard LLC of Lindsay LaRoche, by River Oak Farm of Nathan McCauley, owned also by Dominic Savides, Richard Baltus, the trainer, and Manny Franco, the jockey. Venetian Harbor, 3-year-old filly by Munnings out of Sounds of the City by Street Cry. Winner bred in Kentucky by Colts Neck Stables LLC. Keeneland sales graduate gets the 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.03 seconds. The results are official. 5:49.67 official for Keeneland's featured ninth. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Mr. Matt Augusto, General Manager Lexus of Lexington, and Lexington Mayor Linda Gorton present to the winning connections of the Lexus Raven Run, number 5, Venetian Harbor. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Carryover for the Super High Five Jackpot, $7,855. Overweight, number 9, El Supremo, the jockey 1 pound over. No scratches, no jockey changes in this 10th race. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire.
Venetian Harbor, too much for him out on the front end as she ships back from Southern California back here to pick up a Grade 2 in the Lexus Raven Run, and Manny Franco was aboard. Manny, she shot out of the gate. Nobody went with you. How surprised were you that you didn't have any company down the backstretch?
Yes, I was a little bit concerned with the 2 horse because he got paid too, and when I see he don't break, I just decide to go with him. And she's happy when she's on the lead, and she showed her today, and she's a nice filly. I want to say thank you to the owners for the opportunity, and my agent, Cordero, for keeping me here too.
Well, job well done. Congratulations on the win. Manny Franco with the victory. Joe Ciaglia, part of the ownership group here with Venetian Harbor, and coming down here, back here, I should say, for a second time. How pleased were you with the way that she came out here and the way that she looked under Richie Baltus' care?
Richie was doing a great job. Our intention was to go to the Breeders' Cup, but we felt like this might be a good opportunity to get her race in there. Richie felt like she was 100%. We got together as a group with Dominic and Nathan and Lindsay and some of the other partners and decided this was a great stock. The thing is, our ultimate goal is the Breeders' Cup. The great team, we made the right decision and couldn't be any happier today.
You found her at the Keeneland September sale, at the yearling sale. Take me back to that process. What did you all like about her so much, and who found her for you?
Well, she was kind of a big-size filly. She kind of have a little bit of a boy-type look to her, but we thought that she would be early speed, and that's what she kind of shows. She's great out of the gate. She's tenacious, and that's what I think you need to win some races. You got to be quick out of the gate. Manny did a great job getting out of the gate, and I think that was the key to the win today.
So is it on to the Breeders' Cup for her?
Absolutely. You ready to go? Let's do it, guys.
All right, Venetian Harbor,
Thank you, guys.
after a Grade 2 victory in the Lexus Raven Run, on to the Breeders' Cup.
Thanks.
My man, my man, my
Thank you very
man.
much.
before we get on to the 10th and final, just another tip of the cap to Venetian Harbor, who looked sensational with her victory. Siaglia Racing, Highland Yard, LLC, River Oak Farm, and Dominic Savitas, and shipping this filly back out here to tackle Graded Stakes Company. A well-deserved victory for a very good filly that we look forward to seeing running in the Breeders' Cup.
I couldn't hear the interview, but obviously Richie Baltus mentioned that he was thinking about running her back at the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. So is that the plan?
That Joe Siaglia said, on to the Breeders' Cup.
All right.
So off they'll go into the sunset and get geared up for that big date in the Filly and Mare Sprint. All right, we move on to race number 10, 14 minutes to post, and quarterback Dak is the favorite right now for trainer Wesley Ward. I'm actually surprised this horse is not a shorter price with Gerardo Corrales getting the opportunity here today. This is a horse that fits the level, goes back to dirt. There's nothing wrong with his last couple of starts, given the levels that he was running at. I think that this is a very straightforward horse and a very straightforward win bet to close out this day. Good get-out race if you can get 5-2 on quarterback Dak in here. The number 10 horse on the outside, Checkmate for Richie Baltus. Maybe he sweeps the late daily double. They bring this gelding over from Churchill Downs and add blinkers to him for the very first time. First time blinkers out of the Richie Baltus barn, 18% winner, so a strong angle there. And we'll see what he's able to do from that outside post. You would think more focused on speed and finish would be the idea with him as he takes the drop in for 20, which is another part of the angle for him here in this first attempt at Keeneland. And then the 8 horse, my third choice, Drink for John Ortiz, a gelding by Stay Thirsty. He ran for 10 last time out and finished second, just beaten ahead. Florent Drew sticks with him. That's part of the reason that I'm going to throw this horse in my top 3 as well at 4-1. He's shown that this is about the level that he's going to be winning at his next start. And 10-20, I don't think it's that big of a jump as far as the claiming price for Drink. So 2-10-8 to round things out on what has been a great day of racing here on this Saturday.
It certainly has. So many exciting finishes, and of course headlined by Venetian Harbor. We get to the same horse here on top, the number 2 quarterback Dak, and I actually think this horse will probably go off a little bit shorter than 5-2 when we get closer to post time. Scott, you and I have both mentioned that we've been so impressed with Gerardo Corrales and his ability to ride at this particular meet. I really do think that he stood out amongst the jockey colony so far this meet. And I like that he's aboard this 2 quarterback Dak. Kind of seems like Wesley Ward's go-to rider. Nothing too clever here. This horse has just gone against similar competition before in the past, has been competitive in those races. I think with the outside post position, should be able to sit a good mid-pack trip and go from there. The numbers last time that this horse was on the dirt, they just look like they're logical. They fit with this particular group here today. So landed on this horse. The one YY Paul Y is another one that I thought faced a pretty good group for $30,000 claimers last time out at Keeneland, and he does come back off of relatively short rest. But that last race I thought was impressive enough to consider him in the top 3 at 8-1. And then the number 9 horse, way to the outside, the number 9 El Supremo for trainer Brett Calhoun. This is another one that comes out of that $30,000 level. When they drop in class, I think that last race was a little bit disappointing, but usually this is a horse when they drop him in class at the claiming level, he performs. That's how he broke his maiden a few starts back in February at the maiden $50,000 level. So this is a horse too at this distance. I don't think he's going to be that slow. I think David Cohen could maybe sit a nice stalking trip and go from there, but a logical horse to use in the mix just from his numbers alone at 5-1. But I am on the 2 quarterback Dak. Scott's on the 2, and so is the betting public, as he is your favorite right now at 2-1. We are 10 minutes out from the 10th and final.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. 3-year-olds and up, a $20,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. The race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $7,855. No scratches, no jockey changes. A reminder about the overweight, number 9, El Supremo. Jockey 1 pound over. Post time in 7 minutes.
There's a look at quarterback Dak for Wesley Ward, a Texas-bred gelding by Alternation. A big boy out here as he remains with the pony for his warm-up. He is still the favorite right now. He's clicked down to 2-1, Gabby, as we're closing in on 5 minutes to post.
He is a big boy. You can see him in comparison to the pony that's ponying him around the racetrack. Big, long, slow stride. It's actually kind of surprising that this horse, it does show a little bit of speed in the afternoon. So we'll see if he can navigate a trip towards that inside. Scott, I think he should be able to sit a stalking trip and go from there. But he is a very big horse.
Drink is the 8, 9-2. Johnny Ortiz sending this Stay Thirsty gelding forward here for his 12th career start. He's a horse that was formerly with David Hoffman's in Southern California. In fact, broke his maiden in August of last year at Del Mar for $32,000.
And you know, Johnny Ortiz has had him for 3 starts. 1 start came on the turf, 1 on the dirt sprinting, and then finally last time out they stretched him out to a distance of ground at 1 mile and a 16th. Physically, it does look like he would be better suited to going longer, and I actually think he is making a lovely appearance on track today. He's a horse that I did not use in my top 3, but I certainly would now after looking at him.
And I'd say the same about the 9 El Supremo for Brett Calhoun. Taking the drop down in class. He sat forward last time out in a 1-turn race at Churchill Downs going a mile. And so this will be a good opportunity for him to take a step forward. That's the 9 El Supremo, who is at 5-1. Good prices here in the nightcap chase and the get out race for this Saturday, October 17th. You've got 4 minutes to make those last wagers of the afternoon.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. Drink broke alertly toward the outside. There's YY Paul Y toward the inside. Here's Ravinio starting to move forward in the opening strides as the field heads for the first turn. And Checkmate is away quickly as well. Checkmate now starts to move by from the far outside starting spot, clears all of the inside traffic, and by the midpoint of the first turn is locked onto the rail. Checkmate leads it by 2 lengths around the first turn. Ravinio is second down toward the inside as the field works its way around the turn. Drink now takes second away from him, moves up between horses. El Supremo, far outside, is racing in fourth. YY Paul Y is in fifth. Fast Recovery sixth. Gap of 3 more back of that one to Tiz McNamara seventh. 3 more back of that one to quarterback Dak, who is eighth. Money for Mischief is in ninth for the move up the backstretch. And Wind Twist is last. Opening quarter went in 23.67 seconds. It was 47.84 for the opening half mile. Checkmate is the leader. Drink is second. Less than a length separating the top two. Ravinio third. Down toward the inside. El Supremo fourth up on the outside, 2 lengths off the lead. YY Paul Y is fifth in between horses. Fast Recovery has to go to the outside from sixth, still 4 from the front. Money for Mischief is looking back toward the inside as they move midway on the far turn. It is Drink and El Supremo. Checkmate has dropped back several positions as they round the turn and come to the top of the short stretch. Here comes Fast Recovery. YY Paul Y also moving up off the far turn to the top of the stretch. And also Wind Twist as well as the field straightens away for home. Into the final furlong. Still wide open. Money for Mischief going to capitalize on the scramble and move by with a sweeping maneuver for a short lead. The question, will YY Paul Y just go away? YY Paul Y is fighting. Money for Mischief hanging tough. Money for Mischief by a half length for Miguel Mena. YY Paul Y gave it a good effort, but came up second, 147.04.
A lot of horses game in this race, but coming off the turn, Kurt Becker nails it in his call. Used that sweeping move off the turn, out in the clear to go on with it. Money for Mischief with Miguel Mena in the saddle, getting this race at odds of 12-1.
Yeah, some horses with tight trips coming down the stretch here, but this horse had that unencumbered trip out in the center of the racetrack and pulling off the victory here at 12-1. But definitely one to pay attention to for next time is the 2 quarterback Dak, who had a brutal trip down on the inside. 3-1 unofficially for the nightcap.
Photo for show, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th. 3 Money for Mischief was first. 1 YY Paul Y was second. 2 Quarterback Dak was third. 7 Fast Recovery fourth. And 9 El Supremo fifth. 31279 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the unofficial winner, 3 Money for Mischief, owned by Olivia Morales, trained by Juan Cano. Miguel Mena, the jockey. Money for Mischief, a 3-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief out of Winter Evening by Exchange Rate. Bred in Kentucky by J.D. Stewart, Peter Bance, AR Enterprises Incorporated, and Orrin Ingram. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.04 seconds. Tenth race results are official. 31279, the official results for Keeneland's 10th race. At Keeneland, no perfect tickets in the Pick 6 today. There is a consolation 5 of 6. There's a carryover of $157,283 for the Pick 6 when live racing resumes tomorrow. There will also be a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $10,854. Late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Again, the carryover for the Pick 6 will be $157,000 plus. With the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, please do so at this time, and we thank you. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for Lexus, thank you and good evening.
It was a perfect afternoon here in Central Kentucky for this 10-race card at Keeneland Racecourse, which was highlighted by the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. We saw strong performances over the course of the card, as we always expect here in Lexington, including a run from Sovio, who was able to shake loose back in race number 8 and go wire to wire at a big price. We saw big prices over the course of these sequences. In fact, the late pick 5 paid over $26,000, the late pick 4 over $4,900, and the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run went to the speed of Venetian Harbor, who strutted her stuff away from the starting gate and just kept on going. And her connections telling us right after that race that it is on to the Breeders' Cup in the filly and mare sprint. And make sure you join us tomorrow for the Sunday card, because we've got a pick 6 carryover, a 2-day carryover of over $157,000.